Posting to Twitter. Starting the pre-production of a smaller game today. Don't worry, Cauldron Chronicles going anywhere. Be back to it on Monday. You're curious what it's about, or want to learn some more about the initial stages of hashtag game dev. Come join us as we write our shit. Too many shit. Oh wait, hold on, guys. The fish thing is Paul. Hold on. I gotta fix that. Hey guys, though. Hey YouTube. Hey TikTok. I'm just kidding. I don't post to TikTok. I'm gonna have to post to TikTok, but I'm not posting to TikTok yet. There you go. Manifesto. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna be writing. I'm gonna be writing a manifesto before I go on a rampage. Yeah, it's not true. Don't ban me, Twitch. Yeah, there's too many, shit. Starting... Here, let's get rid of the... smaller game today, don't worry. Be back to it on Monday. Write our one-pager, core loop, and pillars. Book. I want to specify though that we're gonna be like Cauldron Chronicles is not taking a break right now. It like literally be back to it on Monday. Are you like controversial topics to start streams now? So what's the best side of Poland? Not Warsaw. Hey, almost absent. How you doing? More about the interstate game. Okay. Is that enough to post? Yes. Doom's on Monday. Okay, yeah, there we go. Perfect. Doing good, a bit sleepy? Well, hopefully this relaxing rain sounds and Minecraft music will put you to sleep. That's the hope. And we have to figure out what the hell this game is about. And what we could call it. Something at least temporary that we can call it. I was thinking Hypoxia would be a pretty good name. This game is about funding CC, right? Step 1, fund CC. I'm gonna do some IK and UE5 for the first time. It seems easy. I hope so, it's easy. Okay, let's just say for now, we're just gonna call this Submarine game. And we're just gonna write facts. That's it. No order. Just write some facts. We can reorder it later. We just want to get all of the things in our head onto the paper, and then we can organize it and expand upon it. Let's do it. woke up and decided to get facts, right? For the first time, Hypoxia's clever name. I was thinking like Descent, right? But of course, Descent. There's a million games on Steam called Descent, right? It's a good name. It fits. It's got double meaning, but already taken. Hypoxia, I don't feel like it's taken. I can check. Hypoxia. Okay, there are two things called Hypoxia. One of them is an adventure sci-fi visual novel. So, not really any overlap. And the other is... I don't even know. Hypoxia is a medical condition. Yeah, people would just look up Hypoxia game. Just because you don't like it, Lazy Fangs, I will now call it Hypoxia. Easy choice. Okay, so it is a sci-fi game. Group of scientists sent to the planet LHS 1140b. Already getting bullied? This is the stream of bullying. Hey, 2XP Games. Could call it hypoxic, depending on the root of things, in my opinion. Could. What are we doing? We are doing some pre-production of a new game. Because if you remember our calendar, I will quickly go over it again. Especially for people on YouTube. We are starting the pre-production on Fridays for the next couple months. Where we're just going to be... Today, I'm pretty sure we can get one pager, core loop, pillars done, at least to the first iteration, of course, because these are going to be... It might change a bit. But we can at least have those done today, and then next Friday we can just jump into the project that I already have, and we can start testing some of the technical challenges to making this work, and seeing if we can find a plan to have the core gameplay in place, which is static camera, mess with controls, talk with your operator, your handler above the ocean, and we either have submarine moving down in the world or the world moving up and the submarine stays static. So we're going to have to do a little bit of level streaming work here. Level streaming and not necessarily, well, maybe some random level choice. But we're going to have to generate levels to stream in based on story, cues, right? So when story trigger, then we can start loading in different types of levels to mimic the effect of the player going deeper into the ocean without actually making the player go deeper, right? Because I think it'll be easier to move a level up than it will be to move the player down. It sounds weird, I know, but actually a lot of games kind of do this where they move the level instead of the player. It sounds crazy, but if we move the player endlessly down, then the player's location is going to be getting lower and lower in terms of mathematics, and that value can mess things up over time, especially over longer periods of time. So it's easier to move a level up and unstream it than to move the player down. But we'll have to see. Just like Pacific Drive with like a story and tasks, I think it'll be a bit different. So the player isn't going to be, I'll write this in here, but the player is not going to be, doesn't control submarine movement. Right, the player is being dropped down into the ocean with an umbilical cord, which I think we can probably look up an image of this. Submarine umbilical. It's essentially like this. And the goal is that you have this for power, for communication, for other subsystems, and for really long-term, really deep-sea dives, you might have this so that the submarine can maintain communication, right? Because most communication, bug, fuck you, fuck my dick. Oh, it's just a spider. Oh, I'm sorry. Come here. It's okay. Sorry, spider. I'm sorry. I thought you. Come say hi to chat. Hi. He doesn't want to say hi. Alright, there's a nice spider. He's crawling up my leg. What was I saying? Yeah, so the whole goal is that you are like this deep sea scientist, and you are lowered into a small submarine to explore a very, very, very deep sea, because LHS 1140B is about 5 times the size of Earth. And so the oceans are going to be much deeper. Could call the game pressurized or under pressure. Under pressure would be great. We just play the song right at the start of the game. I don't even want to know how much that would cost to the license. Either way, the submarine's going to get hit by something. You've been told that there isn't any animal life on this planet. The scientists have not detected anything. There's nothing above ground. It's just plants. And you're hit by something. You hit the side of the submarine and you black out for a second. And when you wake up, your submarine is sinking, right? Slowly sinking into the depths, and the umbilical cord's been severed. So the backup battery has started, and your communication methods have to rely on slightly older technology. So essentially, your initial goal in the game is going to be trying to restore some of these systems, assess damage, and relay that back to the mothership. In this case, something like this, but imagine it much more futuristic, right? And them trying to figure out how they can perform a rescue for you as you're slowly sinking, as well as help keep you alive. And, well, I mean, you're still a scientist. You might as well keep reporting back what you see. So as that happens, you know, you start to figure out, okay, maybe we can get rescued. They're going to send something. You send out a beacon, and they're trying to track you via that beacon, right? Because it's pretty popular, is to launch an emergency buoy so that your location is pinged to the ship so that they can perform a rescue. Until you realize that, well, something ate the buoy and now it's moving around, and we have no way of rescuing you. We don't know where you are. It's not a nuclear. No. It's like a small single-person research submersible. Very claustrophobic, very cramped. And so then, essentially, at that point, once you realize you're not going to be rescued, you have this weird hypoxic highway to hell experience where you are a dead man. You have like 30 minutes left of oxygen, and GG. As you're being stalked by this underwater monster that the scientists who were researching the planet said wasn't there. So clearly they were wrong. You're fucked. Have fun. Sayonara. There will be some Ocean Gate. People are gonna think of Ocean Gate when they see this game, but it's not gonna be like that. Like the submersible isn't going to implode. Most likely, that's not how the game's going to end. I don't know how the game's going to end yet, but we just want to analyze, can this idea work? Will people want to play a game where they don't have much control? It's more like it really is more like a walking simulator in terms of you experience the story, and then it's done, and there's no replay value or anything. It's just short, bite-sized, affordable. Black Ops 4. I'm thinking it would be pretty cool if the very end is you finally get to see the monster in like a split second, because you're not going to be shown it. You're just going to be shown parts of it, and then the last bit is shown, jaws open, black. That's my hope, at least, because as you start to get down really deep into the ocean, right, which the submarine can handle the depth. You know, it's a miracle that it survived the hit initially by whatever is stalking you. But you're not going to be able to see much, so we're going to be relying on like some bioluminescence of what's around the player, things like that. And yeah, a lot of sound design, and careful control of, I don't know, it's going to require a lot of play testing over periods just to see, okay, you know, do you feel tense? Do you feel these emotions, right? And we're going to have to take a look at our emotional wheel, which I think is somewhere, to kind of determine different acts of the story, right? And what do we want the player to feel here? And it's going to be a lot of this, I'm going to be honest. It's going to be a lot in the orange category. And then hopefully some despair, some powerlessness, isolated. Definitely. Where's the fart color? It is in the bottom right where you see raptor bucks. And then you find the fart reverb and you click that, and that is whatever the fart color is. So we'll make like a section here for I'm just using default headings because fuck it. Story outline. We'll do it in numbers. Player doesn't control submarine movement. It's supposed to be a short, accessible game. About 2 hours. 2 hours is our goal. But I don't mind making it shorter if I'm not going to aim for 2 hours as like a, okay, if we only have 1 hour of gameplay and it feels good, so now I need to add another hour of gameplay because my goal was 2 hours. If we manage to tell this kind of story in 2 hours or in 1 hour, I'm okay with it. But I don't want to push it because I think this fear, this tension is immediately going to wane over time. And if we can't maintain that, then we need to cut the parts that don't help double down on that fear and that tension of what's stalking you, and especially when that powerlessness hits, those hallucinations that the player's going to have. You know, we need to get a bit surreal with it, and we could go some pretty cool directions with that. 5 push-ups. What do you want me to do? Push-ups or squats? 2 XP games. Short, accessible game. We want, let's say, fear, tension, hopelessness, narrative driven, talks with mothership operator, let's just call him for now, who is been a long time friend. I think that's important too. So, you know, you will have that operator who is going to try to help you with this and calm you and just talk with you, keep you kind of mentally occupied in between the points of tension. And I think then we can tell an interesting story here, similar to, like, I guess what Firewatch did, right? Where you're not going to see this person. In this case, you know about that person, but you're not going to see them in the game. They're just going to be talking to you over the initially the radio, because you'll have enough data can penetrate into the ocean to facilitate voice chatting, and at a certain point, the depth that you're at will limit that to just talking via text call, chats or messages, whatever you could say. And I'm hoping that we can early establish this link and bond between you and this person, And then when you have to switch between voice to just messages, that kind of isolates you further. And if we can nail that feeling, I think we'll have succeeded in transferring into, like, I would say, the next act, where the first act will be about like stabilizing. First act is of course the introduction to world and characters. While submersible is being lowered into ocean and begins descent. Casual conversation about initial readings and observations. Lighthearted banter with operator. Submersible struck by creature. You can choose today. I am kind God. I'll do some squats. I sit on my ass too much as it is. You guys can tell me what you think of this this idea so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I really should go to the gym. When the fuck am I gonna have time to go to the gym though? As long as, if I can play RuneScape at the gym, I'll go to the gym. Let's get on a treadmill, woodcut for a few hours, burn 1,000,000 calories, drink beer, regain the calories. You know how it is. Okay, submersible struck by creature. Player blacks out for a second. Player wakes up. Umbilical. It's been severed. Now, I've tried to do some initial research about how submersibles work, how they maintain buoyancy, and what systems on the submersible would have to fail in order to create this scenario, right? Because there are, of course, some backup systems, but it's not impossible for a submersible to be damaged in this way, to where, or it malfunction even in this way, where you would just sink, right? So we need to try and force that scenario through damage by the creature, or even damage by falling into something, right? Like hitting the side of a wall, of a cliff wall in the ocean. Could damage systems on the outside of the submersible. I think if we look at for instance, James Cameron's Submarine, you can see that there's a lot of things that could be damaged in some way that would really, really cause some nasty shit to happen, right? Of course, a lot of it's internal, but there's still some things that, if they get maybe dented a little bit or get snapped off, you're not going to have a good time. So, you know, we can make our submersible look like whatever we want. We just need it to be relatively believable to a layman. Of course, some submarine experts probably going to look at it and be like, they would never design a submarine in that way. We can also just make something malfunction, right? Like, a part can just not work. So, you know, we have some options to go here with it. as long as it is relatively believable and based in real possibilities of, well, if the submarine were designed this way and this failed, then yeah, this could happen. Umbilical's been severed, and ballast pumps don't seem to be functional. Tanks taking in water. Because of course, from what I understand, the ballast tanks will force compressed air into the tank and force water out in order to ascend, and force air out and water in order to descend. So if your ballast pumps aren't functioning, then they can't pump water out and air in, and if they're taking in water, that would cause you to start descending at a an uncontrollable rate, right? However, there's a separate system, and I don't remember the name of it, that controls your how level your submarine is. And ironically, those are going to remain functional, so that the submarine can at least remain upright while it's descending. However, you can't control your descent. I was thinking of making it kind of funny where they installed new pumps into the ballast tanks that were supposed to be better, and those are the ones that failed, and the older ones that were in the stabilization, ironically, were the ones that worked. So that's a minor thing, though. Okay, so at this point, the player is descending, right? So now, submarine is on emergency power, descending uncontrollably. But still has methods of communication. And control over lights. At this point, because the umbilical cord was providing oxygen as well, you have to switch to backup oxygen. So I think this is where we put a real timer somewhere in the ship that counts down second to second, of course, unless you're paused, right? But second to second, all the way down to 0, and that is a real timer for the amount of time left in the game. We don't fake that at all. We don't speed it up or slow it down. I think once we start to get to the hypoxia phase, we can do some fun things with it, but that timer is still accurately being represented once the player kind of snaps out of whatever hallucination they're in. But that will, I think, help increase the tension where the player sees, and when they're trying to find out how they can organize their rescue, that is just still ticking down, tick, 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 increasing the fear of the player that if they don't perform these actions quickly enough, that they will die, right? We'll see, though, because I do feel like there might be some cases of the problem if we show real timer is that players will play the game in a different way, right? So they might do triggers of the story at different times. And you know what happens if they just sit there and they don't do something they're supposed to do? what happens then? Do we just keep streaming in the same level so that the player, I don't really know how we want to handle this, but at the very least we can put the timer there and kind of keep it. Well, we'll see. We'll see. That'll be a challenge. That's a known unknown. So method communication over lights. Emergency oxygen starts now. Now, this is all just kind of fluff from here on out. We know that we want the player to start by trying to stabilize the submarine. At least, just make it so that they are not in any immediate danger beyond already having this shit happen to them, and then figure out what systems can be turned off to conserve energy. What happened, how can we get a rescue, launch the emergency buoy, things like that. If you break the game into levels, they can fail a level if the timer runs out, but aren't doomed to fail the game if it was just one continuous timer. That's a really good idea, Stratica. Also, welcome to the stream. Yeah, that's true. We can put, like, checkpoints into it, and if the player fails a checkpoint, we just restart the checkpoint. And, we'll have... I guess we can break it up into, like, sections that contain the levels in order that are going to play, and then checkpoints like that. Well, the thing is, if the player fails to do something by a certain point, right? How do we... I don't know. I like the idea of breaking it up into levels, and that if they fail, we restart that level, right? Because we are just streaming levels, we can determine at what point in this narrative do we stream in certain levels. So from a technological standpoint, that is a really easy way to do it. Hey, Lazarla. We can also put in pre-designed timer, not points in the timer, but I guess like times in the timer. Hey, Stratica, thank you for the follow as well. I think we can put like predetermined points in the timer if we do the checkpoints, that if a player fails to do something in time, if they're just like literally just sitting there, not doing anything, not playing the game, we can just say like checkpoint failed and restart the checkpoint. Obviously we need to allow for enough time, because this is going to be a very accessible game for players, that we give enough time for them to do that without failure. Maybe the timer is a bad idea though, and it's going to... I don't know. Usually I don't like timers in games. We could make the timer tick down in real time. Like let's say the timer is 4 hours and it ticks down in real time, but that as you start to experience the hallucinations with hypoxia, every time you return from a blackout and this hallucination, we set the time to a specific point so that the player feels like the timer is real, but that they are blacking out and losing more time than they're experiencing in their hallucination, just like with dreams, right? And that way we can more carefully control how that tension is building without it feeling like the timer is fake. Yeah, in this case, you would be shown, like, let's say you would be shown 4 hours, right? But the game is only 2 hours in length. Just this is an example. So at whatever time, roughly like 3 hours, 30 minutes, you black out for 5 minutes of game time. When you wake back up in the ship, though, it is now 2 hours and 30 minutes of oxygen left. So, you know, that gives players more than enough time to do what they need to do in the ship and still have it feel like they are losing real time, but that when they have these hallucinations, they're losing a lot more time than they think they are. Hey, Belicha, new game, yeah. Majora's Mask did a really interesting thing with their timer. What did like Outer Wilds and Majora's Mask do? I know I hate to say it, I never played Outer Wilds. Something came out around the time of Outer Wilds, and I wanted to play it, but I never got around to it. Which is sacrilegious, I know. I need to play it. Okay, player works with operator to stabilize submarine. Outer Wilds. I did play Outer Worlds. Stabilize submarine and organize rescue. Turning off non-critical systems. Reporting issues since umbilical connection is lost. It like 15 minutes to make progress in the universe before the universe will reset itself was tied into the story. we don't have it's true, we don't have infinite loop, but I do think that there is a way that we can put checkpoints, like really generous checkpoints in, right? Because if we can say, okay, a player who doesn't know what the fuck to do, your old ass grandma who's gonna die in 2 years doesn't know how to play this game, will still take maximum 10 minutes to figure out this next step to do. The average player, 30 seconds. So let's set the checkpoint as 20 minutes so that if the player just is leaving the game open, we can reset at the previous checkpoint and give them that chance to do it properly again. All about time management, because in the game, the countdown was always there. If you didn't finish everything in 3 in-game days, you would have to try again. That's possible. You spell of unconsciousness checkpoint, then if they die, they wake up again in the last checkpoint. Yeah, pretty much. So that way we have like this generous checkpoints. We still have a timer ticking down on real time, but the hallucinations after they're done will set you to a pre-designed time so that we can carefully control that state of fear and loss of time, right? That way, from the player's perspective, everything should feel pretty realistic, and that way we can carefully control these checkpoints when they occur and what the player is supposed to be doing in between checkpoint to checkpoint, right? Okay, some big cord is lost. Mothership is honing in on emergency buoy. Such a weird word. Mothership is honing in on emergency buoy until the sub gets attacked again. and the buoy gets stolen. You were a fish all along having a nightmare. Jesus. Holding down the emergency buoy. Launching a second vessel. We can do kind of like a second. At some point I want the mothership to get attacked too. Because this is a macroorganism, right? Something that I don't often see in this like focus on extraplanetary life. Is that considered the word for it? Life on other planets is, we always focus, okay, if they have microorganisms, if there's bacteria, if there's oxygen in the air, then it means that there must be some bacteria that's making it, right? Or some algae, whatever. And I just want this to be this weird, it's just this massive, yeah, it's like maybe eel-like or something, just nothing is on the surface, right? There's no surface life yet. It's all just plants, no surface animals. And they can't really detect underneath the water because there's some weird electrical disturbance that's occurring. That's why you're sent down there, to just go see if you see anything. Do you see like a little fish, a little shrimp? Report back what you see. And you get attacked by this macroorganism. And you never really get to see just how big it is. At most, you'll catch a glimpse of something in the distance, or a little part of its tail or something. And you never really get a sense for its scale, apart from the fact that it has successfully attacked you, and at some point will, version of a Doom, pretty much, yeah, and eventually will attack the mothership and cause major damage, and they're going to send back that it is beyond understandable scale. And then as you get deeper, right into like the blackness, where you can't see shit, all you see are some of these this electrical disturbance from bioluminescence from the flora down there on the depths. And you get deeper, right, and you just start to see this anglerfish-like light moving, going, growing larger or smaller sometimes. And, the sounds, similar sounds that you hear right before you're attacked. So you know that this thing is out there. And it's hunting. Right? So I feel like at that point the fear is going to be really heavy, and the hallucinations start to kick in, and yeah, we'll see. Spore Nautica. I don't know. I this is just kind of like the rough idea of it. That's why we're designing it now. I don't really know how it's going to happen, but it's not the only organism on the planet. It is a macroorganism in the ocean. You're going to start to realize that electrical interference is part of the planet's biology from the flora down in the ocean, which is why they were unable to really determine if there was any life down there. There's no fauna above land, but there's a lot of it below the water, right? This will be 2D or 3D? It will be 3D in Unreal. I've set up fluid flux and, hold on. I've set up fluid flux and ultradynamic sky and weather to the best of my ability in a few hours to try and mimic what LHS 1140b, the planet, would look like if you were standing on its surface. We don't really know the composition of everything yet, or exactly what it would look like, but based on our current information of what this planet is composed of, and the star that it revolves around. I'll show you kind of what it's going to look like when you start up the game and are being lowered into the ocean. Keep in mind though, this is just literally like water and lighting. That's it. That's the only thing you're going to see right now. Come on. Come on. It can load. It looks diabolical as hell. But this is pretty much what it would look like. Like, it looks like a Doom level or something, right? Perfectly normal planet, right? It's like it revolves around a very, very red, old star. It's not even overly saturated. It's actually pretty accurate to what it would look like. It is a very, very large red star. Oop. Yeah, so, you know, I feel like being lowered into the ocean here and going underwater is really going to look quite interesting, right? As we get darker and darker and deeper. So yeah, we'll see. We shall see. If you're curious, this is the planet. LHS 1140b. And it is a big fucker. It is a massive, massive planet. 70% larger in radius than the Earth. 5.6 times the mass. And it's likely an ocean world. Can you put lights in the submarine so that you can see the water better? Yes, there will be lights on there, and you'll want to conserve energy. But yeah, the player will have lights in the submarine, and initially it's going to be a bit easier to see beneath the water. But of course, as you get deeper, you know, you're going to need those lights in order to see things. So. Little red dwarf. Oh, actually, there's a good comparison. LHS 1140b compared to Earth. The main loop, so it's a very narrative-driven game. So the loop is essentially going to be interacting with, are they depicting as blue? Artist representations. It's not red. The red comes from the star and the atmospheric composition. So those artist renditions often don't get things 100% accurate from the science, so you have to be... Yeah, it is more of a string. So narrative-driven games, especially like walking simulators, they are just kind of leading you forward. Yeah, it's like Firewatch. Firewatch is a really good example where you're doing different things based on the different acts that you're in. So in some cases you are just talking with the operator, right? Your friend, in order to try and assess damage, figure out what to do next. In some cases you are flicking switches and trying to get ballast pumps working again. And in other cases you are literally just scared for your life because something is stalking you at the moment and you need to, you know, you can't focus on anything. Planet should be depicted in the local lighting, not a hypothetical lighting. Unfortunately, a lot of artist renditions of planets, they are very far from accurate to what that planet would actually look like. It's a bit better for our solar system, right? Because we have good observable knowledge But because LHS 1140b is about 45 light years away, we don't have the greatest information. You gotta get voice actors? I would really love to. The goal is to get this game done in time for October, right? For Halloween. Have it up on Steam around here, right? However, if I feel like the game is good, but it could use some extra work, I don't mind delaying it in order to get it to that point. And I'll take whatever I have at that point to a publisher, and I'll say, look, we need like $50,000, $100,000. We can finish this game off, get it localized, get it voice acted, you know, and then we can put it on Steam whenever. We'll do that. It would be great to do it for Halloween, but if it doesn't happen, it's no big deal. I already have a couple of publishers who said, you know, when you have something to show for this, the idea sounds great, show it to us. This is our type of game. So, you know, we can bring it to them. Have you launched one before? Not personally. I've worked on games, but I have not launched my own game on Steam. Okay, mothership is honing on emergency buoy. Launch a second vessel. Sub gets attacked. Buoy gets stolen. Player gets knocked out again. What's the coin game? Why do you guys like the coin game so much? I didn't even launch that. I guys like that coin game. You guys are gamblers. Degenerate gamblers. We won't talk about how I was the one that made the game because I liked the game. As product people want refuses to elaborate. It's just a coin game. You drop coins in, it pushes coins off the edge. You get points that you can spend on more coins. It's... I don't know why you guys want me to remake this game so much. It was one of the first games I made successfully. Dopamine goes burr, right? And if you can have animals, and you have to push the animals off the end, not off the sides, because then you lose them. Damn it, you guys. If you're wondering, where is it? Do I have it on my desktop? Where's the coin game? Is this it? That's not it. Did I delete it? Where is it? Okay, I just loaded up 3 folders. Wonderful. Dozer prototype. Okay, this is what the fans want. This is... Fuck the submarine game. We'll make the Dozer game. I'm just kidding. This is all it was, okay? One of my very first games that I successfully made. You click, the coins fall, they get pushed. You can make more points. You know, a lot of blue coins, Jesus. Should make a coin dozer horror game? Can we get some DLC? You guys are crazy. Look, it was a successful game. I'm happy with it. But I don't know why you guys are so obsessed with coin dozers. No, I do get it, because I made this game because I was obsessed with coin dozers. There's something really, really great about just clicking and coins going off the edges. Have you not seen the ads? What, the mobile game ads? Yeah, I've seen those. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying we can't remake this one day just for the fun of it, to see how quickly I can make something that is better, to showcase how far I've come since working on this game initially. But if anybody's that's not one of the games I've launched. I've worked on actual games that are a bit bigger and better than that. Darkest Dungeon would be the most well-known one. Okay, when player wakes up, operator messages back that the mothership has been attacked by something large, and they haven't heard back from the second vessel they launched. Mothership informs player that rescue is now impossible. Seems to go through a phase where I click on every mobile game ad I find interesting and I end up installing 15 apps that only link to each other half the time. I mean, yeah, the mobile game ads are wild because some of these games make so much money, they just buy all the ad space. Imagine you're using a coin dozer, but you have to keep turning on the lights due to a faulty circuit breaker, or else a murderer will stab you. And the windows mysteriously keep opening, so you have to close them. God damn it, it could actually be successful. Because there is a juxtaposition between the focus on gambling and the need to prevent something bad from happening. It's exactly one of those. It's one of those quarter pushers. That's all that these are. To spend coins on upgrades to help you avoid murder, like buying planks to. You have to get planks pushed off of the coin dozer like little loot in order to then use them. So you have to play the coin dozer faster, win more, in order to get the things you need to continue playing the coin dozer. It's like a psychological horror at that point. It's possible to make this an RPG Maker. The idea sounds so dope. This wouldn't be difficult in Unreal. I just hate that it sounds actually kind of marketable. Let's inform player that the rescue is now impossible. They're very sorry. I don't think it's. You could possibly make him a game maker. Oh yeah, not easy but possible. Yeah, it's more of like a Unity or Unreal kind of thing where easily get something made in 3D and you're done. I mean, I can prototype a coin dozer game in a day. I can make what I don't know how long I took to make this coin dozer game initially, but I know that I could have that within a few hours now. And I think it took me multiple days last time I tried. Which was like 2017 or something. It's true, it could be pretty janky. Requires experience. It does require experience. All I'm saying is that before this I had even something else. Let me look it up. Do I have it? Rips. Shit, do I have it? I do have it. This was one of the first games that I made successfully, which was a text RPG game made in batch. 11, almost 12,000 lines. So, you know, it's not impossible to make a game, but there's different ways of doing it. Look at this. Default character. Let's check for secrets. I did succeed. Got some loot. Look, I even have a loading screen for the loot. Travel to rooms. Skeleton. We have a full fighting system. With dodging. Different attack styles. I knew what I know now. I can make a prototype game in a few hours easy. Knowledge is power. Yeah, it really is. You just gotta keep going, keep making stupid stuff, and learn from it. Fail to make games that are too large that you didn't think would be as hard to make as they were, and just take that knowledge forward with you, right? I think at a certain point too, between here, communication switches to something more long range. To text. More long range. Streamlining coder events is a really big part of the back end of game development. Streamlining an organization, organizing your functions and all of your data. You know, the goal of, thankfully with Cauldron Chronicles, we're making a prototype, right? We can keep things pretty dirty as long as we just get things made and tested. But then going to vertical slice, there's I see this not just in indie developers or solo developers, but AA and sometimes AAA, but it's mostly like indie to AA, where they'll take their first playable and they'll just keep working on that project to make their vertical slice and go through production. And it's like, that's, so you're taking your prototype shit code and building on top of it, and you think that that's going to lead to a really organized code base. Good luck. Good luck with that. I'll play the game if it lags because you have like 20 simultaneous checks at once. It depends because, you know, modern systems can handle a lot more than you think. You can do thousands of loops in a few frames, and it's not going to hinder depending on what the loop is doing, it's not going to hinder the game too much. Especially checks. Checks are really easy, like Boolean checks. You can run those every frame. You can have multiple of those. Cauldron Chronicles does line trace every tick, every frame of the game. It does a line trace to see if you're looking at an interactable. Can't hear me? My mic's on. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Oh, it was just you? Okay. Have you been speaking today? God damn you. I hate you guys. Other ship informs player that rescues now impossible. They're very sorry. Obviously. Player is running out of oxygen, very deep in ocean, having hallucinations. Using git component every frame is a good road. What does git component do? Game ends when player is almost out of oxygen. Creature moves in to attack. Final shot on jaws opening, black screen. There's some missing parts in here. There's a lot of missing parts, there's a lot of question marks, but this is a very good initial outline, right? Sci-fi, horror, or like, let's put like psychological horror. Single player, of course. This is not our one sheet, by the way. This is just some quick notes we're making that we can then put into a one sheet. Checks the entire game object's component structure and tries to find the requested type. Not sure if reflection is involved. Generally slow operation. So it just grabs a component in the scene and gets its structure. Tries to find the requested type. It doesn't sound like it should be that performance heavy, unless it's just doing some weird things. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Okay, single player group sent to planet LHS 1140b. Player doesn't control submarine movement. Short accessible game, about 2 hours. Max. Fear, tension, hopelessness. Those are some of the emotions that we want to achieve with this, right? On our emotional wheel. Suppose like dread, anxiety, panic, helplessness, powerlessness, isolation. Those are definitely the emotions that we want to get here, is fear and sadness. People in life don't feel these two things enough, so let's make a game that makes them feel it more. It's not true, people feel it all the time. Narrative driven, talks to the mothership operator who's been a long-time friend. Gameplay involves operating buttons and switches, talking with operator, turning on lights, which I guess is kind of operating buttons and switches. That's my biggest fear, is that, you know, what do you really have to do in a submarine that is just descending? So again, I don't mind if this game is really short. I just want the moments in it to be good, right? Itself is not slow, but if you do it every frame in a lot of objects. What do you normally have to do it for? Like just grabbing structures? Yeah, references to things you access frequently should be cached. Yeah, that's also kind of similar in Unreal. It's like if you're just going to be using this in this blueprint over a long period of time, just cache the reference so that you can access it later. I guess it'd be similar to like get all actors of class and doing that every... It'd probably be very similar to... Yeah, it would be get all actors. So gets all the actors in the scene and filters them by a certain type. And then you can do things with that. Hey Datu, how you doing? I did see your mining outfit. Looks good. Now you have to make it gold. You have to mine some stars. Ugh. Okay, this is a good start. Let's move over to, I would say, defining our core loop. Although a core loop for a narrative-driven game is going to be very... I've never worked on a narrative-driven game. All the games that I've ever worked on have been more systems-driven. Move this story. Yeah, it really is just like complete requested actions or complete needed actions within that act. Experience next scene meant to push. I mean, does it like... It's a story-driven game, so it's like a story outline is more accurate in some cases. Are we gonna go do stars? Stars are pretty nice. I like stars. They're super AFK. They're so fucking AFK. core loop. We can find an example. Narrative game core loop. Does anyone know any interesting atypical game loops for games where narrative is a core part of the experience? Oxenfree and Kentucky Route Zero are both very narrative heavy and can't really even identify the core game loop well. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's like, how do you define... How do you define a game loop for one where... For a game where the actions are different for each act? Hey, Pulvis Fimus, explore, discover, communicate. But the thing is, you don't control the submarine, right? Firewatch is just walking with an action button, it is. But you are doing some discovery of things, and those lead you to... Those lead you to things that you can talk about, right? Submarine, right? Hey, Cuthbert. It's great to see all you guys here. Does it have to be a literal loop? Not really. We just need to define the actions, right? The actions that are going to be progressing the story. It doesn't have to be a loop necessarily, but it's that... It can be. It doesn't need to be closed, but I think we can make it closed. Let's open up Draw.io and see if we can do something. Find the key item and press the action button. Take, press, flip. Triggers the next narrative part. That's what I'm kind of thinking. I'm thinking something like... Start of narrative act. It's going to lead into perform required actions. Push narrative forward. As long as we can communicate that the player has to do certain things in order to push into the next act, right? I was thinking that the trivial buttons as well. We'll see. I mean, I will say this. I will preface all of this today. It is very possible this game idea is bad as a game and would make a better short story, movie, you know, something like that, right? Where this is just not a good game idea. It's very possible. And if that happens, it is what it is. That's what pre-production is for, and I don't know, we'll see. People love Firewatch. People did love Firewatch. That is true. It depends on how we... But the player has agency in Firewatch, right? Because they can move around, they can find things. There is some exploration element to it. And... in the submarine game, you're just falling. You're just descending, right? We have to try to use some narrative elements. Like, if the player gets stuck on a ledge, maybe they need to um, push more water into one of their trim tanks and force the submarine to, try to keep the submarine on the edge a bit more. I don't know. So we need to like use submarine elements as part of like little puzzles, I think, in order to give the player a bit more to have to do for that act. Yeah, what are the game mechanics and just fall, right? That's exactly what we need to figure out. It's like, how can we use a submarine systems to our benefit to make interesting acts, right? If this is you're stuck on the edge of a cliff and you don't want to fall off act, I mean, maybe we can't prevent the player from falling off, but we can give them that feeling of, let's try to maintain it a little bit longer so that we don't, or maybe the creature's coming after us, we have to fall, right, in order to escape it or something. Balance of pressure and other life support systems. I think it has, for me, it has to like serve a purpose, right? That what the player is doing with their submarine has to perform some narrative purpose at the moment. We do have some feelings in there. So we have of course, our beautiful, one of the greatest game design tools that you can ever use, the emotional wheel. And act to act, we should be determining, okay, what do we want the player to feel in this act, and how can we create a scenario in which those feelings are made. Find a submarine in-depth tour on YouTube to give you ideas for what systems are in a submarine. They're different for each one. That's the thing, is that there are different submarines for different needs. We've looked up like James Cameron's submarine, for instance, which is just really, really funny to compare to Ocean Gate, right? Because you can see inside here just how cramped it is, how much, machinery and controls are here. Ocean Gate submersible. And in here it's just like a few keyboard, the game controller, and a couple screens. We'll use Switch controllers for this one. Oh god, I mean, you will be playing this game with... It will be like you're in Ocean Gate Submersible. You'll be playing the game with a controller. Oh no. Yeah, we will be picking and choosing. We just want it to be believable, not for it to be realistic, right? This is supposed to be sci-fi, so we can take some liberties of what this submersible looks like. But keep in mind that even if we launch humans at 10% of light speed, which is already technologically impossible, but let's say we have a way to do it, and I do have some lore written up about how this could be achieved in this world, it would still take 450 years for a ship to reach LHS 1140B. So, by the time that it gets launched there, the technology in the ship and in the submersible is 450 years behind whatever year it is, Earth year it is, when they reach that planet. So it should be like near future sci-fi, right? It should be relatively within the next, I would say, 100 years of submersible technology. We still can't really fight against the deep pressure. We still have to use engineering tricks in order to handle certain problems, and there could still be failures and faults within the mechanics of the submersible that could play into the narrative quite well. But I agree with Cuthbert. I think we should just focus on... I can read the story outline for anybody who's new here. This is just the rough story outline, the first iteration. Introduction to world and characters. while submersible is being lowered into ocean and begins descent. Casual conversation about initial readings and observations. Lighthearted banter with the operator. This is a submersible that is attached via a umbilical cord for power and communication and oxygen, since it is going to be a long-term deep sea dive, right? Submersible gets struck by a creature, player blacks out for a second. Player doesn't see the creature, it's just something, bam, hits, and your head hits the side of the submersible inside, and you black out. When you wake up, the umbilical cord has been severed, ballast pumps aren't functioning, and the ballast tanks seem to be taking in water, so you are slowly descending, right? Submarine is on emergency power, descending uncontrollably, still has methods of communication and control over lights, right? Backup communications and all this stuff. And your emergency oxygen starts now. Player then works with the operator to stabilize the submarine and organize a rescue. Now, you're still descending, but you can say, okay, this system's fucked up, this system's okay. I'm going to launch an emergency comms buoy, and I'll get rescued, right? They have other vessels, they can send one down, they can try to float me up with that. So you turn off non-critical systems, report issues, and the mothership's going to start honing in on the emergency buoy and launching a second vessel. But then the sub gets attacked again, and your comms buoy gets stolen. Player gets knocked out again. Player wakes up, operator messages back that the mothership has been attacked by something large, and they haven't heard back from the second vessel they launched. Communication switches to text because it's more long range. You're getting deeper. You don't have enough data transfer rate underneath the water to sustain voice communication, which is very realistic. Mothership informs player that rescue is now impossible. They're very sorry. Player's running out of oxygen, very deep in ocean, having hallucinations. And then the game ends when player's almost out of oxygen. Creature moves into attack. Jaws open. Black screen. I think that this here is... there need to be some additional steps in here. But we'll see. Destroy mothership and let player talk with second vessel. That could be interesting. That is a very interesting possibility. And eventually the second submarine just gets blam, taken. Just, you're in the middle of talking to them and ends. And then you see some debris falling past you in front of your hatch. That could be interesting. I like that. I mean, we could do that with the ship too, right? With like the ship's debris, the ship sinking past you, like the Titanic, and you're like, bro. I like the idea that the sub is fully illuminated when the cable is attached and you can roam around to see where things are. When the cord is severed, emergency lights are really dim and you have to have a flashlight so when you remember where different systems were. That could be pretty cool. Well, like the umbilical cord is holding you down. So, is holding you, right? You don't really have... you have minimal control over your movement within that, right? So once your umbilical cord gets severed, moving around would just waste power. So, and it would, you'd move out of range. So really, you just want when the creature hits, I think it should damage some of your movement and control systems, so that you are just uncontrollably going deeper. You are just falling into the ocean. I like that idea. I like that idea, Cuthbert. So let's do... the Perea diving incident. Yeah, send that to me on YouTube. Or on Discord. Send me a YouTube link or something. Maybe the twist of the story is you sacrifice yourself for the other sub. Could be. I kind of want the player to just go on like a highway to hell kind of experience. Like where they realize they're not going to be rescued. It's more like, well, now I kind of want the creature to kill me because I'm either going to die from oxygen deprivation, hypoxia, right? Which I guess is the working title of the game. Or Iron Lung is different. Iron Lung is, I don't think, a very good reference. I think Firewatch is actually, I think, a better kind of reference. Yeah, I just think no one should survive. You are the last survivor until you are not surviving. They're gonna die anyway. They might as well have an orgy. Yeah, but there's nobody else in your vessel. But I agree. It's like a super serious game. And then in the last like 5 minutes, you just have the option to pull down your pants. That would be wild. Yeah, it is a solo. It's a solo science submersible. Story concept gameplay is completely different from the sound of it. Yeah, that's true. Okay, more talk with. We'll do this. We'll do operator switches to text since current submersible depth is too deep for voice comms. This is one reference. Oh god. We can watch it if we have time. That'd be pretty cool to watch on here. I'll keep it open. Only that part, okay. Okay, operator search text since current submersible depth is too deep for voice comms. Thanks for stream, good night. Yeah, take care, Stratica, and thank you for the follow. Hope to see you around Monday for Cauldron Chronicles development. I don't know if you're familiar with our the other game that we're working on. This is more of like a quick side project just to give us some more experience in different parts of game development. Narrative, level streaming, water stuff that I have no experience with. Text stop coming. We'll do this. Player hears very low boom sound. Like just this, almost this vibration made sound. Text comms stop coming in. Second vessel reaches out to ask if you've heard anything from mothership. Player will see mothership sinking out of their porthole. Second vessel will still try to rescue player. Because it's like, you know, you came to a planet, right? There were multiple scientist groups, right? There are currently scientist groups trying to survey the land. There's one where they sent a ship down to into the ocean to try, and that's you. And you and some other people are trying to figure out if there's any life and do some surveys and gain some data from the ocean. So you could still get pulled back up to the surface and find a way to communicate with the ship that's in orbit for you to find a way to get back to there, right? This is not the end of everything. It's just your mother ship. I don't know what else to call it other than a actual ship on the ocean, and not the ship that's in orbit around the planet, is going to be gone. I think it's worth getting the upper floor of MLM right now, or should I just go do stars? I would do stars until you're 85. Because then you can start to get runite, and you can do upper... I mean, no, upper floor is really, really useful for MLM. But honestly, if I had to say do MLM or do stars, MLM is going to make you more money, but it's not that much money, right? It's... You're not going to make that much money from MLM. It's really shit for money. And stars are probably faster XP, more AFK, and you'll get clues from it. So, I mean, it's kind of up to you, but I think stars are just better than MLM these days. MLM sucks. It's so boring. Like if us will try to rescue player, we'll still try to rescue player. Oh, you sent a second one, okay. You open up that too. Sucked into an oil pipe. Well, give me stuff for smithing XP. Well, it gets me, yeah, it does. But then again, I suppose that buying, like, adamant kite shields and mithril kite shields and shit from the Grand Exchange can also make you, I mean, you'll make money doing it at Giant's Foundry, so if you're looking to make money and for the fastest smithing XP, I think Giant's Foundry is the best. Yeah, Giant's Foundry is really good. Well, Gold Bar is the fastest XP, but they're also, you're going to be losing money. Giant's Foundry is still very fast XP, and it makes you money. Second vessel gets closer. I only try to do methods in OSRS that make me money and XP at the same time. You can't always avoid it, but that's what I try to do personally. And it's fun. I just find it way more fun to do Giant's Foundry than do Blast Furnace with gold. I can't do Blast Furnace for more than like 20 or 30 minutes before just getting bored out of my mind. Radio's in that is going to try attaching a hook and pumping out water from his ballast tanks. And I think this is where then creature attacks second vessel. You hear loud implosion. And get knocked. Submarine can have one of those periscope, but it's like really, it's a really small, like this isn't a big submarine, it's a very small, like it's the what's the small one in Subnautica called? The big one's the Cyclops. Smaller one is the Sea moth. That's the one. Sea moth. Maybe screen with periscope view. Periscope could be nice. I think it would be really cool if the player gets stuck on a cliff edge here, and that the implosion is going to knock the player off into a chasm. And that'll be like one of the things is the player stabilizes himself on the edge of the chasm by pumping water into the trim tank to add more weight to that side of the submarine. Because they have control, the player has control over the trim tanks, which help keep its the submarine stable. It wasn't clip part of a big ass creature. Just static, and it was resting. And it doesn't have to be like it was a... Oh my god, could we do like a kaiju moment where like the creature that you're resting upon isn't a violent creature, but it is another macroorganism, and at some point it'll get attacked by the creature that's been stalking you, and you just see like some bioluminescent, just like vague depictions in the distance of it getting attacked, and like some heartbreaking sound as it dies or something. I mean, I think both. I think you'll be on this second creature, and you're right. The second vessel like triggers it, and it gets up and moves. It's not an evil creature. It moves. You get knocked down into the chasm, and because your trim tank, oh, it's perfect. It's perfect because your trim tank is filled with water. The way you fall down the chasm is actually looking up, and outside of your porthole, you watch the creature get attacked, and debris of the second vessel floating down onto the top of you. Like super cinematic moment here with kaiju fight and submarine debris falling on you as you fall into this chasm. So it's like one Leviathan kind of creature, right? But then just a second, you know, like the big like stingrays or whatever the fuck in Subnautica. You know, they're casual, they're fine. Just something like that, you know, something that's just resting on the seafloor. And you just disturb it. It's like, oh, I'm going to move elsewhere. But then Reaper comes along and just chomps. Should at least be 15 minutes on creature feed after cognitive dissonance about the cliff. Yeah, I think there could be some time where you see the second vessel coming in. In the end, you discover the creature wasn't trying to kill you at all, simply mistook your submarine for the female of its species. A very aggressive mating technique. That'd be funny. You need to feel you're safe. Yeah, you need to feel that you've successfully completed that puzzle, right? Of fill your left trim if you're like on the edge, your left trim tank or something is going to be needed to fill with water so that you add more weight to that side, and you're just very precariously there. Second vessel is going to come in really slowly. You can see it outside of your porthole. And that's when you like, that's when the second submarine gets a bit closer, kind of attaches. You hear like the scraping of the hook on the top of your submarine, and that's what kind of stirs the creature, and then you start to fall into the chasm with your porthole looking up, and just the Reaper just insanely fast, just boom, comes by, implosion, creature's scared, and it comes by again, creature gets nabbed or something. I think there's a way we can do it. And because of how fast things happen and how little light you'll have, I think we can get away with having... I don't want to show the whole creature, ever. But I don't mind showing parts of the creature at different points. And at the end, you just see something come very fast up to you, open its jaws, black screen. That's my desire for it. So you never see the whole thing, but you will see parts of it to get a sense of scale. Does it fart? Yes, it does fart. Why such a big creature would eat us? You are just threatening. You shouldn't be there. It doesn't like it. Your submarines make light, they make sound, and it is very territorial. Which is why the creature is... which is why that other peaceful creature is hiding beneath the sand, right? Is to prevent it from being seen. That's why you don't really know that what you're on is a creature, right? Okay, let's write this up then. Player's submersible gets stuck on the edge of a cliff. Has to pump water into one of the trim tanks to stabilize. What are you typing in, Cusper? What do you want me to do? The bottom of C? Vor. I like this though. I like the idea of being stuck there and you feel kind of safe and you're like, okay, second submersible's coming in. You know, he gets close, no problem. No sign of the creature. You can wave to him or something. Yeah, I think this will be good. This? Oh, that could be kind of cool. Let's just eat you like plankton. You give the Leviathan a hawk to a... God damn it. Yeah, I do want this... There's kind of like this underwater electrical interference, which is why they couldn't really detect... they really couldn't detect life underneath the ocean, which is why you're down there in the first place, right? Is to see if the scientists were right and there's nothing down there, or if there is something down there. Most likely just some small shrimp or microorganisms, things like that, right? And then you realize that this world is just way... The life in this world is way bigger than we expected. You should just go do stars. At least until 85, because then you can start getting rune ore from... you can start to get rune ore from Motherlode Mine. And if you want to save up some rune ore by doing it, then that way you'll get... It's way more money, right? It's not your world. Yeah. That's kind of what I want it to feel like, is just, nah. You should never have come down here. Do you have placeholder art for the monster? I don't have anything. I don't have anything, but because we never show all of it, we don't have to get too crazy with it. We could either just make smaller parts for it, like they did with Jaws, right? We can also just take a smaller creature and increase its size by like a ton. And then just increase the resolution of textures. That's possible too. So there are some like sea creatures. There's some ways we can do it. We can also just commission some artists to make a large model for this. You get rune from lower floors? Yeah, it's the same. You get the same stuff from upper and lower. It's just that upper is easier to get to the deposit, and you can buy a deposit for the upper floor with nuggets. And I think there's some difference in respawn stuff. Okay, the thing was that as second vessel tries attaching hook, it stirs up the sand around the cliff edge and awakens a microorganism. What's the word for it? This is the word, isn't it? Yeah, it's the word. It's just not in... Okay. We can take jellyfish, scale it by huge margin, add some idle animation. We have our electrical interference. Yeah, we could do that. We could have like a lot of just like jellyfish floating. Like I think we really need to make use of the fact that the player can't control where their porthole faces, but also to make it visually appealing, right? To have bioluminescence, to have things that they see as they're descending, to not only eat up some runtime, but also give some explanation for why some of their research methods may not have worked so far, and to show just the scale of life down in this ocean world, right? Because the premise is that there is no fauna above ground, it's only below the ocean, but because of that, it's just, yeah, like this, it's just massive. Just everything is massive, and, or at least not everything, but there is just massive macroorganisms, just like in our world in Earth, when the dinosaurs were roaming, everything was much larger. This one looks great. Yeah, I like that. Look at this game. It's about a game that world is too big. I like the the verticality, the vertigo that comes with it. Yeah, I want you, the player, to feel like the microorganism. I guess that's a good way to put it. I want you, the player, to feel like you're the microorganism. That you came to a planet looking for microorganisms, and you are the microorganism. Creature sound is heard in distance, and this cosmic core, yeah. I mean, I don't think it needs to be like cosmic level Cthulhu size, but it needs to be. You just need to feel like you are very small, right? Because normally you have. You are this big. Jellyfish is this big. You need to be this big, and jellyfish needs to be this big. That's gonna be the opposite way, right? Or being insignificant. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And maybe you do pass some smaller fish, near to the surface, where you're like, okay, well, the scientists were wrong. There are clearly little creatures here. Great, very interesting. And then as you start to get deeper, you realize that, well, they're up here because all the big shit is deeper. You have small fish top of another day? Okay. Let's do it. This is a wonderful day of just ideas and designing. Jump on the things that sound cool, right? All life in water is super passive and static. Yeah, it's almost okay. That's pretty cool. Like they could just look like they're dead, and you get close to one and you see it move away, but then it just stops again. Just completely still. Yeah, they're just scared. That could be pretty cool. Big creatures eating small fish like whale eats plankton. Yeah, just let me just quickly eat 1,000 of these things at once. Oh, there's breakfast. There's some possibilities to that. I like the idea of just making the life in this world operate on a completely different set of rules, right? And they have to adapt to the environment they're in. And if they're in an environment with a lot of macroorganisms, then I think that it would also be maybe you don't initially see any fish, but then you get nearby to a large like coral pillar with a lot of holes in it, and you can see fish hiding in there, not coming out. I don't know. I feel like there would be something here. Regarding microorganisms, I can't suspend my disbelief that you weren't able to detect them before sending the submarine, as in via sonar radar. Do you have any idea to explain that away? So I would say that they are. I would explain it by the macroorganisms are too deep to have discovered that, and that there is some weird electrical interference that is preventing some of the newer systems that they use for trying to look deep into the ocean from penetrating that far. Like, there is life, but maybe it's just in this weird, it operates on a different rule, and there aren't things just randomly swimming about, but that near to the surface they hide or something. All we have to do is make it believable, not completely realistic, right? Narrative over realism here. It's an alien planet. Yeah, if it's not moving, then it's not gonna. We're probably not gonna be able to see it, or if it's hiding behind something, right? That the sonar hits first. I mean, it could also be a ecosystem in the state of evolving to something else, right? Like that the macroorganisms have eaten too much above. Well, we can talk about it tomorrow, actually, Cosper, because we're going to be meeting up tomorrow, right? So we can do it that way too. Either way works. We can talk about it tomorrow, and we can talk about it, of course, next week, Friday, when we do more. Today's goal is just general idea, one pager, loop, pillars. That's it. Is he overburdened at the moment? A lot of work. Second vessel tries attacking hook. It stirs up sand around the cliff and awakens a peaceful microorganism. Creature moves in. And attacks peaceful macro. Asu, it awakens. You start falling off cliff, but because trim tanks are imbalanced, your porthole is facing up as you fall. Hopping in to say have a good stream and catch a fish. Hey, Caden. Thanks so much. Have a nice day. I mean, maybe this macroorganism has like a life cycle, or it migrates. So when it is, so like the microorganisms, the smaller fish, save up food and then hide during the time that the macroorganism is in the area. When it's like in that migrational pattern. And that's why when you go down in there, you just don't see anything. Like, there's nothing. And sonar isn't going deep enough for us to know, so that's why we need you to go down deeper, past where sonar can hit, so that you can see if there's anything there. Process take a lot of time, yeah. And if you had just maybe done a scan of a different part of the ocean, maybe you would have found something. I don't know. I mean, sonar has problem picking up really small things anyway. Hitting second vessel as it does so. Large implosion is heard. Working on my game, it's coming along well. You're making some crazy progress, Lazarla. It's really impressive. There is some land, but there isn't much of it, right? Because it is a water world. There's more water, way more water than there is land. And so far, scientists surveying the land haven't found anything. They found no sign of creatures. It's just plants. That's it. Well, you're part of one team, right? So there are multiple teams that were sent to the surface, and there are teams surveying the land, and you are part of a team surveying the oceans to try and look for life and bring back data. So you're just like one small part of this research team. Make it land is not always on top of oceans, to not give any hope. I mean, we'll see. I mean, we might not even show any land to the player, because if they're just part of the ocean research team, they're just gonna see water, right? Like it's a massive planet. There was a nice scale image size of it. Like here you can see it. Way, way bigger than Earth. There would still be land though. It's not a fully ocean world. It is just considered a water world because it is mostly water by a very large margin. But it would make sense that they would send research teams to the land as well. Got a random type of fruit to spawn each time. Change the map a bit, tuned up the battle, made it so fruit and obstacles spawn in separate areas. Damn. Yeah, it's crazy. You're making the game so fast. And across these small trench opening, you can see something large and very large and fast go by. Then the sound of a creature dying is heard. You fix trim tanks. To right the vessel's balance. I mean, it's at this point that, oops, sorry. It's at this point that the player is going to realize that it's all done. Like, the hope is gone. And I think as you get deeper, you fix trim tanks, right the vessel's balance, and go deeper into the trench. Oops. After some time, the trench walls end, and a large bioluminescent, that's how you spell it, area opens up. This can also be a reason why the sonar didn't pick up anything, because the ocean floor that I thought was the ocean floor is actually not the proper ocean floor. It is like a a layer above that. And this, just like in like Subnautica, right, where you kind of go deeper and you find this like second, much larger area underneath what you thought was the proper ocean floor. There's something much deeper below that, and so sonar, of course, couldn't pick that up. It would have just thought that that was the end of it, and then this is where you'll see that this is probably where all of the massive creatures hang out. You've entered the home of the creature that's been stalking you. And the bioluminescence, I think, will help light things up to a point where you might see large skeletons of fish that have been eaten. And you can start to get a sense of this world's scale of life. You see, player sees large fish. To get a proper scale, proper view of this world's scale. Of that's, I don't like the way that's worded. Review of the scale of the world's ocean fauna. Oxygen is becoming, you know, thinner and thinner. The hypoxia hallucinations. Hey, Coach Carter, how you doing? Are starting to get worse. I think with the hallucinations too, I want to find ways to. They're going to be, I think, a bit surreal, right? We can transport the player to other levels where they might walk around, they might interact with things. And, you know, we can try to create hallucinations that mirror some of the fears that the player is going to be having, or parts of the main character's life that they're, you know, reliving and clinging on to as some sort of like coping strategy. And then flip back to the, you know, they're submersible and what's going on with them. What's going on? We're trying to do some pre-production and ideation for the submersible game. Working on the story outline. I don't know how to. I know how to end it. How do we get to that ending? We have these hallucinations. We have these interesting visuals with the creature, the bioluminescence. Hmm. I don't know what to do next. I do like the idea though that this is his lair. This was a like super small opening to the creatures. You have inadvertently fallen into where this creature rests and eats. Bioluminescence on flora turns off when disturbed. So as you are falling down this cliff face, maybe you're hitting some bioluminescent plants that you realize lose their bioluminescence for a bit when they are disturbed. Maybe we'll put that up here. And when returning from final hallucination, a large roar is heard near what appears to be the entrance to the area. And all bioluminescent plants turn off. So it essentially makes the entire area go dark near immediately. And that's where we can do the we play the anglerfish game with the creature moving closer, and you can only see that bit getting larger. Closer, essentially. And then we can play that at the end. That sounds doable. I want to sprinkle in at least 2 to 3 hallucinations though. I think that's an important part of it, is like the hypoxia aspect of it, which is why we kind of want to name the game that, right? And the weird shit you might see out of the window that you just don't know if it's your mind playing tricks on you or if it's actual reality. The current working name, I just gotta call this like Hypoxia as like a project name so that I can refer to it as something and not just Submarine game. So yeah, for now it is Hypoxia. But I think that works. Introduction to world and characters while submersible is being lowered into ocean and begins descent. Casual conversation about initial readings and observations. Lighthearted banter with operator, who's in the mothership, right? You're just relaying information. Submersible struck by creature, player blacks out for a second. Supposed to come out of nowhere. Is it a bit of a jump scare? Yes. Why can't it be fathership, right? Player wakes up, umbilical has been severed and ballast pumps don't seem to be functional. Tanks are taking in water. Which is essentially going to be, you now don't have a umbilical cord that they can reel you back in with, right? Like a fishing line. And you can't just pump the water out of your ballast tanks and ascend to the top where they can just kind of hook back onto you and pull you up. Submarine is now on emergency power, descending uncontrollably. That doesn't mean that it's fast, it just means that it is an uncontrollable descent. You still have methods of communication and control over lights, of course, and you still have some oxygen, but it's all emergency. So there are 2 games on Steam with less than 17 reviews each with Hypoxia in the name. Would that create an issue with trademark? No. No. They're same type of games, but they are... I'm not going to trademark the name Hypoxia, and I don't think those games have trademarked the name either. So I don't think there would be any issue. Like, something isn't automatically trademarked the moment that you make it up. You have to trademark the name. So if they're not trademarked names, and because I don't think there would be significant customer confusion over our products because they're such different ideas, there would never be an issue. A lot of it does come down to like customer confusion. If a customer can reasonably be confused when they hear, like for instance, if I made a, I'm pretty sure Genshin Impact is probably trademarked. I don't know though. Let's just pretend it isn't. And if I make a big open world game that looks similar to it and is called Genshin Impact, then they could say, well, you know, this creates customer confusion. Yeah, but this isn't a problem. There's nothing. There's no relation between these games, as far as I know. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's just a game design. I'm not even gonna look at it. I don't care about that. That isn't made by anybody. An idea is not a game. Doing a clone and naming it with a typo would get through. It depends. Sometimes. This is a game? I'm just not going to look at it because I don't want to have any knowledge of other games like it. It doesn't matter. Yeah, games can be named the same all the time. There are multiple games with the same name on Steam already. I mean, we were looking up like Descent, right? There's games with the same name already on there, so. The Descent, Descent, Descent 2, Descent, Descent, The Descent. It's so bad, dude. There's so many. Jesus Christ. Like every single word has been put in front of the word descent on here. It does not matter if a game has the same name. They have not trademarked it. There's no problem. There are only so many words in the world. Let's put it that way. Submarine is on emergency power, so yeah, you're descending slowly. Emergency action starts now. Player works with the operator to stabilize submarine and organize a rescue. Turning off non-critical systems. Reporting issues. Launching a emergency buoy. I should probably put that here too. Launching an emergency Buoy. Mothership is honing in on emergency buoy, launching a second vessel. Operator switches to text since current submersible depth is too deep for voice comms. That sounds good and that's realistic. Player submersible gets stuck on the edge of a cliff, has to pump water into one of the trim tanks to stabilize. Player hears very low boom sound, text comm stop coming in. Second vessel reaches out to ask if you've heard anything from Mothership. Player will see Mothership sinking out of their porthole. Second vessel will still try to rescue player since they can ascend and try to contact the ship in orbit. And or research team on beaches. Second vessel gets closer, radios in that he's going to try attaching a hook and pumping out water from his ballast tanks. Creature sound is heard in distance and nothing happens. Make second vessel operator nervous, so he speeds up a bit. He speeds up his work or his attempt to hook. As second vessel tries attaching hook, it stirs up the sand around the cliff edge and awakens a peaceful macroorganism. You start falling off cliff, but because trim tanks are imbalanced, your porthole is facing up as you fall. Creature moves in and attacks peaceful macroorganism, hitting second vessel as it does so. Large implosion is heard, and across the small trench opening you can see something very large and fast go by. Then the sound of a creature dying is heard. You fix trim tanks to right the vessel's balance and go deeper into the trench. After some time, the trench walls end and a large bioluminescent area opens up. Player sees skeletons of large fish and starts to get a proper view of the scale of this world's ocean fauna. Intuits that this must be where the creature eats and sleeps. And of course it's like filled with plants and stuff because it's just eating off of the scrap nutrients that fall while the creature is eating, right? Oxygen is becoming thinner and thinner, and the hypoxia hallucinations are starting to get worse. When returning from final hallucination, a large roar is heard near what appears to be the entrance to the area, and all bioluminescent plants turn off. We played the anglerfish game with the creature moving closer, and you can see that bit of the creature getting closer, larger. And the game ends when player is almost out of oxygen. Creature moves into attack. Final shot on jaws opening, black screen. Yeah, I think that's nice and perfect. A dude who made a coffee shop called Dumb Starbucks. He tried to get around trademark by calling it a parody, which is fair use. I mean, I'm not even saying that our game is going to be called Hypoxia. That's what I'm calling it right now. I don't really care, though, if there are other games that are out. Because it's just, like, these games have nothing in common. They're so different. Like, I'm sure that there are a million game ideas or, prototypes that have been made with various working titles. If they're not released, they're not really going to be competition, right? And the moment that your game gets any traction at all, you're probably going to be at the top of search results anyway, which means that people aren't really going to be clicking on another game and getting confused about which one yours is. What matters, especially when your game is on Steam, is when people type in your game, like Hypoxia game, right? What's the result that appears in the first 3 sections of Google? hopefully the Steam game, right? And then maybe your website where you link to the Steam page anyway. So other things having the same title that have never been realized don't mean shit. What matters is the games that have actually been realized and are on the market, and if they are trademarked, right? Because then they have some weight to that. But getting trademark is not necessarily super easy, especially for things that are like really simple in terms of name. And even then you can have the same trademark. Like you can have maybe an oxygen mask brand and a game that have both successfully received trademarks for the title Hypoxia, but because they are different classes of trademark, that they don't interfere. The main problem you would have is if you file for a trademark in the same class and you market the game or the product in the same market. So in this case, if there was another game called Hypoxia on Steam, and I released a game called Hypoxia and put it on Steam, we are in the same trademark class, and we create customer confusion, right? My game is creating customer confusion because this thing that has received trademark is more officially recognized by the courts, so they could send me a cease and desist and say I have to change the name because it's creating confusion. People think that our games are the same thing when they're not. So somebody like writing up a game idea, calling it that, doesn't really mean anything, and somebody putting an itch.io game that has a completely different basis to it is very different as well. If we can get this game made, I don't even think I'm going to be putting it on itch.io. I'd just be releasing it on Steam. I don't really see a point going beyond that. I mean, I guess we could do itch.io. I mean, it doesn't really cost anything, so whatever. Okay. I think this is a pretty good start. Let's see if we can get this trimmed down into a paragraph that we can use as our summary, and then put in a gameplay outline, figure out what we want to market this towards, and get it written up. We will call it I do think Hypoxia is a good name too, right, by the way. I'll fight for that one. I will just put my name here. Property of Microraptor Games LLC. Actually, I have to change this because we are officially trademarked. I have to put that here. That is very big. Technically, I should put it here. Because Microraptor Games, not LLC, is what is... That's the first... I think that's the first time I've done that, and that's not a good thing because I have to update all my logos with the registered symbol, but we are... Microraptor Games is officially a registered trademark, not just a trademark pending or intended, which is pretty exciting, so it's pretty nice. Although I have to do a little bit of work, I think I have to file a couple more trademarks as well. That should be fun. And if Cauldron Chronicles goes further, I might register the Cauldron Chronicles name as well. It's very good for protection in the courts. Let's make a summary. Let us make a summary. What do we want for this summary for this? It would be at least, let's kind of like think of a timeline here. After 500, because if you could theoretically accelerate a ship to 10% the speed of light speed, which is not outside the realm of possibility for some futuristic sci-fi that we still want to be kind of like believable. Microwapta. True. But you would have to have a deceleration phase. So you could use reverse thrusters or solar sails in order to decelerate over a long period of time. It would be at least, let's just say at least 500 years in order to travel to LHS 1140b, decelerate, and enter a orbital velocity around LHS 1140b. From your stream research vessel enters orbit around LHS 1140b. Super Earth water world that lies within lay within the habitable zone. Of its we'll just say of its star. As part of an underwater research team, you are lowered into the ocean to look for life. Which the survey teams to look for animal life, to look for underwater animal life, to look for life underwater, specifically animals, to look for, I don't know, I think to look for anything animal life underwater, any animal life. I don't know how to word that properly. As part of an underwater research team, you were lowered into the ocean to look for any animal life. Sounds a little weird. Why animals? Because they know that plants exist. Look, we need oil. Yeah, it's a U.S. research team. Is there oil? Yes, sir. The survey teams, the initial survey teams, attempted to look for organisms with sonar, but find nothing. Everything appears as reported until your submarine is attacked by something large, severing your Swig's the deep game. .5 hour gameplay game. That's pretty long. Severing your umbilical cord and damaging your buoyancy control systems. What is this? Oh, it's by a Chinese room. I know Chinese room. That looks like Chinese room to me. They do a damn good job with their environments. Pretty cool. You're like on an oil rig or something, yeah. It's pretty cool. It's kind of interesting. I didn't really see anybody play this. Yeah, quick to play and stream. I'll have to check maybe if like Dan's Gaming or Co-Carnage played it or something. Although knowing Dan, he probably would save it for Horror Month, so if he hasn't played it yet, he'll play it in October. To depths of an alien world while being stalked by a creature of the ocean. It's a microorganism very low on this world's food chain. Of course, oil USA. After 500 years, a joint research vessel enters orbit around LHS 1140b, a super-Earth water world that lay within the habitable zone of its star. As part of an underwater research team, you are lowered into the ocean to survey and look for any animal life. The initial survey teams have attempted to look for organisms with sonar but find nothing. Everything appears as reported until your submarine is attacked by something large, severing your umbilical cord and damaging your buoyancy control systems. You start on an uncontrollable descent into the depths of the ocean as a microorganism very low on this world's food chain. That sounds okay. Sounds pretty okay to start with. Not the briefest, but could be worse. Okay, genre. This is just psychological horror. Oops. There we go. Camera first person. Single player. We'll do rated teen, and these are just my estimated, right? So ESRB-T and Peggy 12. That's kind of what I expect this game to get, because it'll it's horror, but it isn't going to be like graphic or sexual themes. Nothing that should make it go above that. I'd say our target is the 14 to 34 demographic. Let's put 13 to 44. 14 to 34 target. Is 16? I always forget which one that is. It's like it goes. I know 16. There's like there's 12, there's 16, 34, 50 something. There's all these like specific demographic ranges, and I forget the exact points where they start and end. But I do think, yeah, it is horror. Well, I don't know. I think targeting, I don't know if 14 is too young. When do you start high school? 14 is when you start high school. I can see high schoolers wanting to play this, right? '14 is high school, isn't it? What year do you start high school? Yeah, 14 to 15. As a freshman. Oh, you start high school? So I think I can see I can see high schoolers in USA. So I'm saying 14-year-olds, I think, would want to play some horror game. 14-year-olds love horror games. They love getting scared. Yeah. I think 14 to 34 is probably the market for this. I don't really see it appealing to an older audience. We shouldn't market it to them? I don't know. I think you could put out. I think it's pretty marketable towards horror. Hold on. Let me see demographics of horror. Let's do first off horror movie fans, because we know young kids are playing games, right? Let's not horror for kids. How many? What's the number that was tested? Let's see. It actually is primarily 35 to 54 for horror fans. Interesting. But then if you combo that with what's the average age of people who play games, I think it does lean towards the 18 to 54. Primarily 18 to 34. Isn't the average age of a gamer like 30 something right now? This is film, but I at least want to see what horror fans are for film, and then see if I can find game stuff. see myself as a gamer. Okay. 15. Let's see if there's anything for games. Demographics in the horror genre. That is just people's feelings. Horror game demographics survey from 2019. How many people filled this out? I don't see the results. I do think the psychological horror elements will make it aimed at a bit of an older audience than younger kids. But that it is still a very... It's a pretty short game. Just 17 responses. It's not a very wide, wide net. You're probably right. It probably is 16 and up, but kids will play it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that's something that will be worked out with a publisher if we get one anyway. This is just an idea. PC launch. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair too. Gameplay outline. Players will be... I will say psychological horror, narrative driven. Maybe that's not needed, but I'm just going to include it there. Players will be performing actions on the submersible based on the narrative act that they're in, which will then lead into further acts until the game concludes. Actions may include will be themed around submersible gameplay while being done to fulfill the narrative's needs. That's pretty much it for the gameplay outline. I guess I could include, because it's a narrative driven game, we don't really have to explain systems here and what the player is doing as part of the loop, since it is more of a, this act requires you to do this, which leads into this act, which now requires you to do this. So it's more of like a, I wouldn't say puzzle game that goes from act to act, but is, you have themed actions that lead you from act to act, and scripted events. Scripted events occur while the player is descending order to lead from act to act and fulfill the game's horror themes and goals. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's fair. What are our selling points for this? Our goal, short but high quality, narrative driven experience about the horrors of macroorganisms on alien worlds. I don't like how that's worded, but you know, this is a good start, right? We can always reconfigure this. Believable feelings of claustrophobia and thalassophobia. Is it thalasso or thalassa? Fix it, Google. Philemophobe. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is philemophobia? The fear of kissing. Chat, do you have this? It is thalassophobia. Okay. Ran into my first bug. I've never known this feeling before. Bugs are fun when they're fixed. They're not fun when they exist. I hate it. Right? You descend into beautiful and luminescent world. I don't like how that's worded at all. Looks like crime that needs to be solved, like a detective game. It's like there's no real trace line, it doesn't false leads. Yeah, I don't even know if RPG Maker has good good debugging tools. I don't know if it has any debugging tools. I don't know how it works. I imagine it has something, right? Pitch black, depths of the ocean. There's a devlog, but that's about it. Better than nothing. But no breakpoints kind of sucks. Not find file type stuff. Oh, wonderful. So you can't like set up your own catches to log information, print something to the screen or anything. Hold on, I need to stretch. Surreal world. I don't like these. It's got a double unique hard clue. Nice. What'd you get? What did you find? Prevents the prematurely activate switches to kind of skip ahead, but that's not a feature of the software. Oh, I see. So debugging sounds like kind of a nightmare. I hate these selling points. We'll have to come back to that. Don't like. Inspirational games. Firewatch for sure. What other game? I mean, it could be anything. It doesn't have to be games either. It could be I'd say, what was that movie about them exploring? There was some old movie. I think it might have been James Cameron that made it. How deep? Let's see. The Abyss. The Abyss is a good one. Yeah. I've never seen 47 meters down, but I've seen The Abyss. That one's always stuck with me. It's from 1989. So only 11 years ago. Firewatch. When did this come out? 2016? I don't even remember what really sparked my... What sparked my idea to make this? Should I type Ocean Gate? What was that thing called? What was it called? The Ocean Gate Titan? Event. Let's just type event. And that happened last year, right? That wasn't this year. Yeah, it was 2023. It's actually almost 1 year ago exactly. I wouldn't really say that that inspired me. I don't know what I would say. Desired PPU will say $5 US, 5 to 10 max. It really depends on the quality of the game, right? Putting a real world tragic event as inspiration. It seems really like inspiration is not the right word, but I guess it kind of is. Inspire is such a positive word, right? Like it's inspired me. I feel inspired. And I don't think watching people implode under the ocean, like, yeah, it may be influencing my idea for this a little bit, but it isn't. I don't remember the day that I mentioned that this would be an idea that I would want to make. I do not remember. 11 hard clue collection log now out of 31. Nice. Which two things did you get, Datu? Oh yeah, you tell me. Rune H5 and red D high T. Okay, it's pretty nice. I think people saying hashtag goals in a romantic picture from the Titanic movie. The thing is, I don't remember what inspired me to make this. I'm gonna take a look at something. Maybe I mentioned it a long time ago. So I'm going back through old messages on Discord, so I can't show you guys. Where did I put it? Oh, I see it. Hold on. It was just a rough idea that I had today. I don't know. I have no idea what inspired me. A lot of dick pics there, drugs, yeah. So it's like Hunter Biden's Discord, probably. We can fill this out later. You know, what we need right now is just a start. We need a start. This is a start. Iron Lung is probably a competing product just because other people are going to think of it. There have to be some other games like that, right? There was one of those games that... Oh, this one. There's actually a tag for Submarine. Interesting. Yeah, barotrauma. I mean, it's gonna have to be specifically horrors. And I filter it more. Yeah, barotrauma is probably pretty good there. Sinking iron is one. Trench is a good competing product. How much does it have in common? Yeah, that's at least for what the features they put there. That's pretty accurate. Okay, so there's barotrauma, the trench. Where the fuck did it go? Where did it go? Hold on. Hello. There we go. No, not as much. Horror would have to be pretty high up there, right? It would have to be either the number one or kind of like the number two-ish tag here for me to consider it. Because, I mean, there's already some horrific elements of deep sea. I don't know, it's unnerving, right, to do deep sea stuff. But it would have to specifically be a horror game, 3D. Abaddon's Veil. Short horror game where you pilot a tiny space submarine through a swirling ocean falling into a supermassive black hole. Interesting, but not my thing. Full Fathom is like a... It's our world underwater. Bit of a different idea. Submarine Terror, what a original name. Oh, just thalassophobia. Well, that's accurate. So I'm just kind of reading these out. Burn Depth's an intense underwater horror exploration game. Our game isn't about really exploration. Not resource management either. Titanic Terror. A submarine touring the Titanic has gone missing. As part of the Coast Guard, you've been called in to locate and rescue the crew before their oxygen runs out. I mean, that's not even attempting to be anything other than the Ocean Gate disaster. Thalassic, Influxus, like survival crafting. Yeah, it didn't even try, did they? Wait, what? Become a fearless underwater explorer and reach the bottom of the Mariana Trench to win 20,000 real dollars. Mostly negative. What? It's a simple idle horror game. What? Not more than 20% of the total prize money from sales of the game soundtrack. The advertisement offer is active only till the 31st of August 2020. First account in the internal ratings table will be declared the winner of this. What? Yeah, that's kind of fucked up. TLDR, we all know this is scammy. Free game released with the intent on tricking people into purchasing the OST to give away a large sum of money to a winner. This game has more issues than when my aunt sees her doctor. Okay. Yeah, none of these are really relevant. Not 3D. I have to see if there's any discussions on this. This is just ridiculous. Hubri, the game. Wild. Okay, I mean, I think we covered everything that we want to put there. Let me get some release dates on these things. 2022, 2023. Where was the trench? $2022. Okay. Using your person dying stream is wild too, but was done in games and game didn't get any problems due to it. That's true. That is pretty wild though. I mean, I don't think it would be that difficult to get fake screams. None massive. What the fuck? That's pretty. I don't even know if I would do that. I would just get somebody to scream. If we had to assume how many people would take to make this, I would say 3. 3 full-time. I think three people could get a game like this done, and over a course of, let's say, to make it look pretty good and feel pretty good, I would say 6 months. Yeah, first playable after a month. Yeah, I think that's possible. 100%. I mean, we can always surprise ourselves and get more done, but yeah, first playable in a month, easy. Proof of concept could be done in a week. Yeah, I think so. 100% agree with that. That's a good start. I don't really like some parts of this, but this is at least enough to work off of. I'll take it. One sheets, docs. 1 sheets, 1 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 sheets, docs. 1 sheets, Hypoxia one sheet. Ignore porn studio janitor. You didn't see that. Alright, we have that in there. This is our... Hypoxia notes. Looks good. I mean, I think that's enough to just kind of... I want to have pillars done today too. I want to have loop and pillars done today, but maybe that's a bit too much to push. I need some time to think about this. You just need something like some cleaner. Like cum cleaner. If we could even market that game. We'd have to reach out to not safe for work publishers on something like that. I still think it would be very popular amongst players, but like getting people to be able to stream it or talk about it, it would be a nightmare of work. Yeah, we've already talked about that extensively. I'm just saying it for like other people in chat. We had a game idea called Porn Studio Janitor. It's about what you would expect. Somebody's got to clean up after it all, right? Might as well be you. I think the tagline was, somebody's got to clean up after that, and it's like your dream job. Or it just so happens to be your dream job. Ridiculous. Okay, these notes work. I at least want to jump in engine a little bit because I'm done with the creative stuff. I just want to kind of jump in and see if we can get anything even relevant to a submarine going underwater. Because if we can't do that, we can't make this game. And I still am... Let me go and show you guys the calendar again. Because there's a reason that I put some of these days here. These days leading up before September are so that we can determine if this is feasible, if it is good, if it is marketable. We don't know yet. And it is very possible that it just doesn't have much gameplay to it. And it would make a better short story than it would a game. In which case, we'll just move on. We'll just say, okay, you know what? Good idea, didn't work out. We're moving on, something else. In which case, we will just keep working on Cauldron Chronicles and fill in some time to make something else. So it's not that we're going to make this game. We're going to try to see if there's something to this game, right? With Cauldron Chronicles, I had already done a bit of prototyping and market analysis before jumping into work on it. So I kind of had a feeling like, yeah, I'm pretty confident this is going to work because I love systems-driven games. That's what I've worked on. I have a pretty good intuition for whether or not that'll work. Or a narrative-driven game, not so much. Not so much. So that this is, challenging me, and I need to see how this teaches me to think about narrative-driven games. What are some of the challenges with it? And if it doesn't work out, it's not a big deal. We have tons of other ideas that if we want to make a little game jam, we can. Even in that folder that we just looked at, right? We have Armadillo Pinball. We have a couple of card games. We have some strategy games. I'm sure there's some other ones that Kotzer and I can come up with. So we have other ideas if we want to make something small and just work on it. I think we had an idea of that PvP sushi game. And there was something else that we had put as kind of like one of those super small game jammable ideas. I don't remember what that was. Either way, I'm not going to say the submarine game is for sure being developed. I'm just saying we are going to see if it works. And if not, no big deal. We have other ideas. Let's jump into the project and just see what we can do with it. You play with plugin? Yeah, no worries. I mean, I'll play with it too because I don't know anything about fluid flux and I just want to fuck around with it. Microraptor dozer. I mean, we could do it. It'd be pretty chill to work on, right? Because there's no narrative element to it. There's no... It can be unbalanced, you know? We're not, like, trying to make a shit ton of money out of it. It's just... Have fun, click to spawn coins, do some bullshit, right? Yeah, it's just gameplay. And it's not even difficult gameplay to make. It's really, really easy gameplay to make. Similar to Decimation, yeah, similar to Decimation, which we also need to work on. That we could work on stream. If we want something small to work on, like every Friday, you know, once a week, that could be done. I wouldn't mind that, you know, just a different game to kind of push our thoughts in different directions. Dozer or Decimation, either. Either of them could be done. Dozer's cool marketing? It could be. But it is also a little bit... We just need to make sure that it is a gambling game that is still ethical, right? We're not... There's no microtransactions or anything, but just... I don't want to give the impression that it is there because we're going to make gambling games or something. Make a Balatro-like. Could be done. That could be pretty fun. Make it like roguelite. How do we get a submersible into here? How do we do it? How can we have something down in the depths of this water that looks realistic? Where's this modeling tool? Give me a box. Let's make it... I could make it a... It's a dynamic mesh. I have no idea. You just play with physics to learn more about decimation. That's true. Illustrable project physics prototype. That's true. I mean, you could also like be able to spawn different shapes other than coins, so that they're able to manipulate objects differently. You could have bosses where you have to get coins to be pushed down into certain areas that change over time so that it does damage to the boss. Or he'll knock some coins off like the side. Like you could actually, yeah, you could just make the coin dozer game and just go wild with it. I don't know, it could be pretty fun. And it is very solo developer friendly, that's true. Although, if you wanted to help with it, I mean, that would be awesome too. We can work on it together. You know, do I need to do this, or could I just... Fuck the modeling tools. Acid Forge is just so much quicker for a box. A hollow box that I can throw a window into. It is a design heavy game, that's true. Good for you, to be honest. That's true. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. This is our temporary submersible. What if plugging use view trace that doesn't block it? See that waves are colliding with the object. The waves are colliding with the object, but I think the water still goes underneath it. And so it's doing a material effect. I don't know. And the thing is, those are static. I at least just want to get something that represents a submersible in the game and see what that's going to be doing, right? So a box with a window. And I'll make it a little bit larger. That's our window. This is our out. Yeah, our sub can be static too. I was thinking that as well, where we move the level up, but we keep the submersible in place. I was thinking about that. And that way when we stream in levels, we can just delete the level above it, stream in the next one, and it can just keep kind of going up like that, right? And that way we don't have to worry about fucky float values with the submersible. Test sub. Is level world partition enabled? I don't know. I don't think... I'm not going to put it on this map yet anyway. We'll just make a new map and set it up properly if we can get this to work. If we can't get the submarine view to work, then this is kind of, you know, dead on its feet. It's very, very tiny. That's fine. How big is that compared to the player? So I just want to stand in it and put it underneath the water. How's the goblin going? We are working on something else today, but we will be back to Cauldron Chronicles on Monday. It's not going anywhere though. You can faster XP at MLM. What size of star are you mining? So my thought was doing Oh god, what was it called? The fluid flux. It was called the not UDS occlusion. It was the mask. T6 now is smaller. At a certain point, I think if you want to prioritize XP per hour, oh god, I kind of forget. You want to like prioritize smaller ones for dust and larger ones for XP. You're using the website, right, for the star tracker? I think this one's a good one. T9 Crafting Guild, World 357. You can't mine those yet, but you know, you can wait there until they're lower or try to go for like the T7 Hosidius. So if we put the player spawn down there, I still don't know if this will be big enough. Hold on, I need to make a proper glass material as well. What's a good glass material? UE5 glass material. I could import something. Shading should be, this should be a translucent. Black. What was it? You need to do translucent and something for glass. Check if water is inside in that cube without masking. Good idea. Let me bolster this size up a bit on this. Doesn't need to be realistic, just needs to be big. I'm gonna put the player start inside of there. That is not big enough. Okay, let's make it even larger. Size. Probably because the entire thing has collision inside of it. It's alright. We can get around that. Because the whole static mesh has collision. I could use debug camera, but I also just want to put it in there so we can test it for the future. Easier just to have this working. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm just gonna make a proper actor for this BP sub. That way, if we want any specific thing on it, we can just attach it to that in the future. Fine. Static mesh. Sub. 50. Rotate. I'll just throw some box colliders in here. No big deal. But I will only make them block the player and nothing else. Can mask be component? No. Collision enabled. We'll do just physics. Actually, I'll do query and physics because it's possible that some of the water stuff will do query physics. Yeah, I will do. Okay, we can do block all. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it. In which case, I'll just make it larger than the sub then. Did I fuck up how big that is? Eh, whatever. Okay, that looks good. No XP difference per size. Maybe they changed it. Because you used to stay at the large stars for XP and then the small ones for Stardust. That should be a bit higher up the floor. I can't see it. Okay. Looks good. The dust chance is based on your mining level. The XP is based on the tier of the star. How it works. Somewhere around here. Hey Hutch boy, how you doing? How's it going? It's going good. Yeah, because your XP here determines the mining chance, or your level. Okay, that should be a pretty good start. Yeah, it will be dark in here. I'm gonna put a light in. And then we'll just group these three together. That'd be good enough to test. Yeah, the water is definitely coming in. Water is 100% in there. 33 per dust regardless. No, you get more XP per tier. Where are you seeing that? OSRS star. I'm nearly 100% sure you get. Yeah, it's saying that there's differences here. That's when gaining stardust, but you get XP when you mine it. Yeah, but you getting stardust is not your. You get 32, but you get more stardust per, for I think how large the tier of the star is. They changed something with it. Yeah, you get more stardust depending on the tier of it. So that's why you get more XP. I'm pretty sure. Something like that. Big mask work only for inside of sub, like child component as attached. It would still work fully vertically. I mean, even if I make it a child actor component. The trouble is that in order for it to work, you have to specify in the ocean which actor is the cut mask actor, and it's only going to see the one that's within the level outliner. So I don't think we could do that natively. But because we can specify when, I mean, we could always match the rotation of this. Okay, that's a static rotation. There are ways we can do this, I think. And once we get the player underwater, we can fake this in a lot of different ways. But I think being able to see the surface of the level is pretty important. So yeah, like that works. Let me get the glass material working though, and I completely forget how to get this working properly. And looking like glass. Or I could import some glass material if I have it. I probably should have done the starter materials, because I think the starter materials do have glass with them, don't they? Shit. Do I have anything with glass in it? Something like these architectural visualizers could be pretty good. They usually have glass. Yeah, it's gonna look weird, but I'm gonna add this to the project and then just delete all the shit we don't use. I could have also migrated it over, but whatever. Whatever. I can undo the entire asset pack after I test this. Not a big deal. Materials, glass. Beautiful. It looks weird. What is that? Oh, something. Lumen? It's that, or it just looks weird. Because I think that the camera changes when you're underwater. Remove inside light, okay. That's a good idea. Oh, it just deleted everything, okay. Yeah, undo that for me then. I did put a light outside. Yeah, see, it's not giving you the underwater camera and some of the effects that go along with it that I think would be rather important. Not doing it there either, really. See it here, like some of the haziness. Make this window screen capture, fake it. How do I do that? How do I do a screen capture on that? Yeah, because that mask just masks everything. Complicated process. Well, that's why we're doing this, so that we can determine our unknowns. I can do just hard to explain. I mean, you can always do it later if you have some time. I won't be working on this till next week, Friday anyway, so no big deal. I don't know if there's any other way we can do this apart from using the mask. If we don't want to go the screen capture route. I mean, the thing is, we can always... The other option was to do... Well, no, I don't think that would work. If the mask blocks out everything, even the... I don't know. Hey, Serene Oasis, how you doing? It's going good. We're trying to find some issues with this.
Bullshit.
And thank you for the follow as well.
Bullshit.
Derivative.
That I absolutely love.
Oh, a nice bike you caught too. Classic. There is a flux surface here that has potentially some ways we could prevent it from... I don't know. Need to fix the gift durations, do I? I did fix them. The problem is I have to set alert durations. And the alert duration in stream elements does not automatically match up to the gift duration. So I have to specify the duration of the alert to match the GIF, or to be a bit longer to allow people to read it. It's all a mess. Let me search for mask in here and see if there's anything. Cut mask actor, where is that? Where's that referenced? Oh, animation cuts up before the sound ends. Whatever. Stream Elements is so fucking weird. Because the problem is that it's playing it to two browser sources. To my computer and to the streaming computer. Now the streaming computer is the one that you see visually, but you can't hear it. The problem is because for some reason, I couldn't hear the sounds playing off of that browser source. It wouldn't allow me to monitor the sounds, to hear them through my headphones. In which case you would have heard it twice as well if that worked. Because you would have heard it play through the browser source and then through me. Two PC setups are just really annoying. Get cut mask, actor transform. It doesn't get the rotation. And where is this referenced? What's this new game you're working on called? We're calling it Hypoxia temporarily. But we don't know how... We'll see how that turns out. First, we need to see if this game is actually going to be good, if it's possible for us to do with our technological abilities. It may not be. You know, maybe something that we would have to bring somebody on who knows how to accomplish some of these things technologically. In which case, we'll put it on the back burner, and we will continue going forward with Cauldron Chronicles, and return to this in the future once we have a bigger team. Set vector parameter value for the material instances. Surface cut. Okay, so there's material instances here. Where's the construction script? Okay. Creating Submarine hard. With Project Today. Or not if my teeth issue will be solved too fast. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that and let me know what goes on. And if we can't get this, post some more Discord. Okay. Okay, so it applies the mask to the material for the surface. So there needs to be material in here somewhere. Where does that get referenced? The ultimate combo. BP flux surface, apply mask. Hold on, let me go back to here. Set Niagara data. For the... Okay. This is the first time I'm delving deep into fluid flux, so I'm trying to learn how it's working. Setting parameters on the material. That much is very obvious. There are multiple material instances. Okay, let's see where these are being... And which materials are these applying to? Holy shit. There's a lot. There is a lot to this. Create materials for mesh. Create materials for glass. Distant ocean meshes, water surface over. Water surface under. I mean, what am I trying to do right now? I think I'm just trying to figure out where all this mask stuff gets controlled so that if we wanted to turn off parts of it or modify parts of it, we could. I didn't think doing anything with the submarine would be this hard. I did not think so. Yeah, I think maybe a window screen capture is probably going to be our better bet for this. And then we play that capture over the... We essentially turn the glass of the submarine into that, right? So that the player thinks they're looking out a glass window, but really they're looking, you know, through a window capture, right? And that way we can get the material effects of the underwater camera, like this, working for the glass. I'm really curious what Subnautica did for it. All this art stuff is very confusing for me. Okay, let's get rid of the cut actor. Yeah. We can put the player down here, but they are considered underwater. Which is definitely not what we want. Looks cool though. me go check out one of their maps and see what they do for some of this. Because they have multiple simulations, right? They have an ocean simulation, they have a coastline simulation, and both of these are technically different things within the system, so maybe there's some things that I can do to test this out in different simulation modes. So we'll jump to the island map demo and see if throw the submarine in different positions and see what happens. Doesn't this spawn in the water? Or is it? No, there it is. Okay. It's doing some shader stuff. So I'm really curious about this scenario. We can see the water going through it. Well, let me do a plane editor. Let it compile some shaders. There we go. There's some refraction going on, so it is doing some weird stuff. I mean, the water is getting stuck behind it. Let's try this. I want to see if the water gets inside of it. It doesn't look like it gets inside. I mean, it's still playing some of the effects, but it's hard to... Really hard to tell. Let me go into some of the deeper water. We'll go into the deeper water and then we will move the player start down into it. Yeah, the water is clearly in there. Oh, well, that's kind of weird. Oh, because the player start wasn't moved down there. Okay, so the water definitely gets in. Just like the camera's being weird. But we created an underwater viewing platform. Only thing is you have to also be underwater. Will the water physics be useful at all? No. Not for our usage. I'm going to be adding this to Cauldron Chronicles though, so there will be some usage there. So that's a bit weird to me. Well, it seemed like the water was being blocked when it was up here. Or am I crazy? Ignoring the dead mannequin. Interesting. It's getting stopped by that collider. Kind of. Although I think it's just the glass refraction being weird. Either way, that stops it. So why, how, and where does going deeper? It doesn't show it in editor. That's not a big deal. I'm just testing what conditions make it so that the water goes inside of this. And what conditions... But clearly it's working as intended, right? The player is not considered in the water. They can't swim. It's working as intended. Apart from some weird collision, but that's just because of the submarine I made. You know, if we keep moving it in and moving it down, where does that fuck up? Will there be submarine flooding? No, there won't be. Weird. So it clearly still works here, but then... You turn that feature off, that feature? Well, it's not that. It's the... We want the simulation to stop. We don't want it to go through the box. We want a box where the player can walk around in with no water in it, right? That's how a submarine works, in theory. The problem is if I put this too deep, we have this problem. I want to know why it's doing that. And then we need to figure out how we can prevent that. Yes, and we're trying to figure out what is the determining factor. We can't turn off swimming either, necessarily. Because then we still have the sounds and visual effects. Like it will be very clear that there is water inside as well as outside. Now there is a mask. We can mask the water. Did you make the water engine? I did not. I wish I made the water engine. That would be very impressive. Right, we can mask out the water, but it is fully a full vertical mask. It is not a an area mask. It would be easier to make it work, because then I could just design it the way I needed to, which is a good example of why buying stuff off of the store to use in your game. These are the downsides, right? Is that it was built for a specific purpose that was the vision of the creator, and trying to get it to do the things that you need it to do. Sometimes impossible. 'Cause, 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 'c The vertical shaft isn't bad, except that it blocks. I'll show you what it also does. It blocks all of the visual effects of the camera from showing up when you're inside the mask. And it's like, we want the visual effects to be visible outside. Also, lol at fish. But of course, inside, no. So it's like, this works. Except for this aspect. And putting it just at the edge doesn't work either because it's based on the player's location, right? It's doing it for the player's camera. So if the player's character is within that, the camera that is rendering the scene, or it might just be the camera, right? So an option we have is to turn the...
Hey!
Thank you, Joe Clinton, for the follow. When you get the chance, can you play my game again? Yes, I can. So an option that we can do is turn the screen, or turn the glass into a screen that is mimicking, or that is rendering outside, so that technically the camera that it's going to be using to render the screen is outside in the water. So it should show on this screen glass the proper visual effects. The material includes post-processing. It depends on what it's doing for the water. I mean, that's also possible. And that's where I'm just trying to figure out, where is all of this handled? Where's the material for this? Can we then send it to that material on here? I don't know. So I don't know how fluid flux works yet, and I'm trying to figure that out. But it clearly was not made for this purpose, right? What is that? Oh, that's that. Never mind. Fluid flux. Interaction. Is there something for camera? Mesh rendering? Effects? This is not available yet. Hey Bartosz. This is in beta. This is not available to the public yet. Which really sucks. He's still working on this. So, yeah. What's the rare fish boost? That is for fishing. Type exclamation point fish into chat. Just update camera. Test volume and camera overlap. Post-process instance. Okay. If you can find that game, you go for it. But there's two different simulations happening. There's ocean and like beach, are two different simulations within fluid flux. They operate in different ways. And I'm nearly 100% sure that it specifically says in fluid flux, submarines are not supported. Like, you can't do it yet. It is a known limitation of fluid flux. So we have to trick it, right? We have to fuck with it a little bit. Which we can do, which just is like which option is going to be the best, and I guess we're just determining which options are available. But the post-process instance is a local variable. No, it's not. It is a global variable. There's no, like, the beta isn't available. It's just, it's still being worked on. And yeah, it's not available yet. I've been checking their Discord and nope. But even then, I don't think that that would support what we're trying to do with it. I'm not sure. But, we'll see. I was hoping by the time this came, we would be working on this, that would be out, but it's not out yet. So whatever. Okay, can I just search post-process? The guy isn't a dev. But he's just showing the... I mean, where is this, though? I don't have this available. Which map did he load for this? No, I see that, but it still was listed as a limitation. We have the same pack version, so where's the dome? Like, where is it? Which one of these maps is it in? Because last I checked, that was not available anywhere. Well, we wouldn't be moving this. We don't have to move the submarine. We can move the level. But we still have that issue, right? This is not the one. We were just on the island map. That doesn't have it. This is the beach map. Compiling shaders. It's not in this map as far as I know. Well, it is a static mesh. Like, the whole thing's a static mesh. And it does go around it unless it's too deep underwater, in which case, not gonna work. I mean, I can try that. But yeah, like, none of these maps are doing what we need them to do. I mean, they have the water inside them right now. That's what I'm thinking, is that it's specific to shoreline, because when it's too deep under the water, it just doesn't care. Probably for performance reasons, right? Understandably. Can make a fake sub that's really tall. I mean, I don't think that'll work, but I can try it. I know it's in the vid. I've seen that. Like, we showed it on stream a bunch of times, saying hopefully it'll be done when it's time to make things. But as far as I know, that is not the official. That's not in the version yet, because it's nowhere. And what that guy is making is not even something that he made. That is part of the demo. So he either got like access to a early version, or he's showing some of the footage from the guy who made it. Because we are on the same pack version, he is clearly on a test map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's just pulling this from the guy's Twitter who makes Fluid Flux, because that's where this is from. And he's just replaying it. It's just this. Yeah. I mean, I want this. And you're right, it's like it's from February. Where is it? Like, this is what I need. This is perfect. It even has, it's everything I need is right here. Yeah, I've been keeping up and there's just nothing on it. Ethan told me to hurry up. He was doing this too. Like, this looks really nice. That was last month. Yeah, I don't know. We just kind of have to fake it in some way. I do think the screen capture is probably our best bet, and it's probably the most performance friendly. Hotspur says he's going to try to figure that out tonight. It should be great. Because otherwise, I just don't know how to. I don't think there's any reasonable way to do it otherwise. I can try the whole method of just scaling this thing vertically absurdly. That's the wrong one. It still goes, well, hold on. Not necessarily. I mean, it's still, you were still gonna have the issue of, oh, let me see here. I'm curious enough. Actually, that's because the collision is fucked up on that. Yeah, there's just no colliders on that. Let me throw those in real quick. I'd hope that would scale up the colliders too. Apparently not. Definitely deep enough. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's even below the landscape at a certain point, right? There's some difference in domain, and it's something that I think happens. I don't know. It's like there's different things. There's a flux simulation here that goes all around. There's what the fuck these are. The surface. Surface is infinite. Those are specifically for the moving water, though. Which arguably wouldn't be the ones that we want, right? Those are... Those are flux sources. Because we tried doing that before. Press a giant fish tank against the player. I mean, it's a component. Hold on, let me just... Where's my sub? I mean, we have like the modifier component, right? That's pretty standard and easy. I don't even see anything that we can change for the modifier. Yeah, we don't need. There are different ways. I don't know what we can do with this. I see no changeable things here in the details for telling it to be a remove modifier. Like I have a flux modifier component, great. What do I do with that? How do we tell it to be a remove modifier, you know? Where's this documentation? To remove, okay, I mean, yeah, I mean the masking specifically does that, but what does the fluid flux modifier component do? Which is what this is. Component I can add that I should be able to add, remove, set water height or velocity of water. But I don't see any of those options on here. In fact, the only things it has is duration, sort priority, and draw debug. Add modifier. Where? No modifier. Initialize modifier. Wait, what? It's an empty function? It's kind of weird. Volumetric glass. Yeah, I do actually have that. We were looking at this too a couple weeks ago. I think we said the same thing. That we would I think what I said was that we would use fluid flux as a surface entity and then just do something different for underneath the water. That was what we said, because we already looked at this too. This was a backup option if we couldn't get fluid flux to work on its own. Was just to fake it, which, you know, we're gonna have to probably do anyways, fake something. So yeah, this is an option. You ever have loaded potato soup? I've had a loaded baked potato. Yeah, it's an option. We'll play around with it. I'd still like to know how fluid flux works. Like, the goal was that to play with fluid flux so that when I move it over to Cauldron Chronicles, I kind of can just get it working right out the gate. Loaded baked potato just says chowder type thing. That's pretty cool. We need a modifier source in it too. Do we need a modifier component? Modifier source component, maybe? Stuff is dangerous. I do not know how they do this shit. I really do not get this. Yeah, so you can see it, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I know where you're linking it. It doesn't work that way, unfortunately. It's kind of stupid, but... we'd have to press it against the glass, and that's what we're trying to figure out. This could work that way, actually. But I don't know how they make it. That's the thing. I don't know how they make this. I can load up the map. I don't know how they make it. This fluid flux stuff seems to be just really annoying to work with as a whole. Like a whole bunch of volumes to do crazy shit. Fluoxine brush, what? Oh, it's like painting the water. Okay, I see. That's kind of weird. Why does it just go off into oblivion like that? What the fuck? Oh, because it needs to be within this thing. This flux scene paint. See, it's like they have just tons of different things, and it's not very well explained at all. It's definitely not as user-friendly as Ultra Dynamic Sky, I'll tell you that. Ultra Dynamic Sky is really, really nice. You make new level, empty level. And then you take these two blueprints, you throw them in here and you're done. Like, now you have it. Day-night cycle in full weather in your game. Nice and user-friendly. And with Fluid Flux, it's like, well, you have to do this thing and this thing and this thing, and then specifically type in these things. And all of your specific use cases, yeah, they're not going to work. Yeah, let me. I'm gonna load up that map. Maybe it has those modifiers in here that I can see. What happens if I change this? Nothing. Okay. What actors are in here? How come it's only allowed within that box? Like, that's what I want to know, is how come it's only allowed there? Light mass, importance, volume. What happens if I delete that? Fuck importance. Because this was my idea for it, was just to literally only render a slice of the water and just have the glass right up against it. That was my original intention. I thought, okay, then we can have it working. Can I make it taller? Out of curiosity. See, what is it? Is it this? What is this? Flux modifier source actor. What are the settings on this? Okay. But there's like no settings on this. On the modifier source, shape, fill, circle, rectangle would probably be the same as fill. So like I thought, these are to add water. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird that it's like so much nesting of like separate things. And I get why they did it, but the documentation is really bad. I don't even know how to set up a lake. Like, because we have the lake in Cauldron Chronicles. I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to set it up. It's just kind of weird. And like this seems to create, hold on. Because then, hold on, let me just try this. Yeah, the water doesn't go anywhere unless there's this thing present, right? Okay, didn't do anything weird. Oh, physics volume? This is so weird. It's like everything related to making this work is just so weird. Oh, that's right. We have to adjust this thing. and this thing. So if we don't move this, then we don't have the water. It kind of sucks too because you can't really see the... You can't see the top of the waves from inside here. Or from outside, I should say. I mean, maybe something I deleted was the one that allows for that, but, you know. I just reload the map after I fuck around with this a bit more. Where's the begin play? Just like asking your friend if you can copy their homework, but when you get it, there's just untouchable chicken scratch, and somehow I got an A. Pretty true. Shows the importance of user-friendly and good documentation, to be honest. And that's the really cool thing I liked about Ultra Dynamic Sky, is that they have within the editor documentation about how to make things work. And this is like, it's really nice. Type in keywords. Like, oh, how do I change weather settings presets? Random weather variation. It's like, it's all there. Well, maybe that's a little bit, let me move that over by a pixel. It's a step. I think those things I need to learn shader programming right. I'm trying to learn shader math and linear algebra to help me learn Metal with iOS, but it's so hard. I don't suck at math, but I'm certainly not nearly good enough to do anything with shaders. And it's like it's entirely different math too with shaders. Because you're manipulating specific data that's been like, you know, because math is like, it's numbers. You get the numbers. But with shader math, you're like learning how is like a image with transparency, and then that's got different layers to it, and you have to manipulate different variables for different layers in different ways. Like, blows my mind. The teacher couldn't read it either. I mean, this is a step forward. We just don't have the ability to see the surface, which is fine. That's not super crucial for us right now. But double camera sub, and one camera has like depth only or some shit to only render inside the sub. Well, so that's what the that's what Kotspur is going to try to do tonight with what's it called? Basically, we turn the glass into a screen. Sorry, the hiccups. And we use a camera that's just outside the glass to render outside there. So the camera gets all the post-processing effects from the water, and that gets rendered onto the glass. So the player thinks that they're looking outside of glass, but they're really just looking at a screen that is rendering outside of the submarine. And therefore we get all the cool effects on the glass, but player is inside box. Well, submarine. Oh, not box, really. Rendering should be okay. It should be fine. I need to look up what it's specifically called. It's window screen capture. That's not what it's called. There's something else. Render target texture? Not this, is it? It's essentially like having a CCTV camera, right? We render it to a texture and manipulate it in a way that makes the player think that they're... Yeah, it's like this. I mean, it is doing two renderings of the level, but the thing is, we're in a submarine. I mean, and technically we would have rendered outside of that view anyway, so... Well, even so, rendering it on a different surface, I mean, either way should work. I get what you're saying. I think we just need to determine what's the best use case for us. Let me try this. Just fuck it, right? Let's make an actor. It's a scene capture component 2D. Hold on. The wrong one. You have to change anything with this. Create a render target. You know, I feel like I have done this before, but I don't know. I have like deja vu with doing this, but maybe I'm going crazy. Okay, we'll do that. And then we just tell it which target to do. Okay. Create a new material. It's actually really easy to do. I mean, we can always center that perfectly at some point. How do we get this to the material? Oh, we should just create the material. Hold on. And then on the sub... What did you just get? It's probably... Hold on, let me do this. This is so tiny. It might be because of the... It might be because of the way that that glass is made. Hold on. It's probably an issue with the mesh in this case. I mean, we don't know anything yet until we test it properly, so I'm not going to rule out any... This is not the proper submarine anyway. Getting a material to scale is not a problem. I just want to see if this view works. Oh, funky. Probably because we have... Why is that? Is that the refraction? Oh yeah, it's some weird effect in the water. Is that properly rendering the surface? If I change this to an unlit material? No. I always have some pretty knowledgeable artists I can reach out to and ask what the best way to accomplish this is. I like trying it myself though. Interesting, so it doesn't render the... Okay. replace that glass for the moment. Oop. Yeah, that's gonna need the light inside. That's fine. Like I said, I can reach out and figure out why that's happening. Do you have any Americans in chat right now? Where are my American friends? My comrades? Because I'll tell you what this looks like if you're American. We all remember watching those Eyewitness. What was it called? It was the remember this? This is what it sounds like. This is what it looks like inside my my submarine right now. It's exactly what this looks like. Pretty fucking funny. Acre pebbles. Yeah, it lacks the depth. That's the problem. It lacks the depth. You just unlock something in my brain. The memories are flooding back. Like, holy shit. All those videos we watched in school. That's my only problem with this method. Is that the depth isn't there. The method works, the depth is not there. Which I wouldn't have anticipated without that depth, without the proper feeling of seeing something in 3D space. The render target just isn't going to recreate that. And I mean, this works right now as this is. Repressed PBS kids' memories are resurfacing after a decade, right? How old are you, Lizarla? You're probably in school around the same time. You're 19. Okay. We were not in school around the same time. I am 10 years older. And like 10 pounds fatter at least, so, you know, it is what it is. Look, the problem is they sell wine, and I buy the wine. I eat the wine, and then it makes me hungry, so I eat the cheese. And the cheese is great. The wine and cheese together, yummy. And then it's like 5,000 calories. Why did the greatest things in this world have to be the worst for you? Now, I mean, this method works. I don't mind this, like, cut version of the water. It is very much a workable thing. What? Why does it only work in this box? Oh, domain size. Domain expansion. Oh, it's not increasing. Shit. I think I just crashed the engine. I was in kindergarten, they would sit us all down for the TV to watch PBS Kids for 1 hour before lunch. Yeah, we always watched the eyewitness videos in different classes. Pretty great. The janky ass rolling projection TV. Terrible. I don't get out. How do I change the size of this thing? It's like even changing the size of fluid flux domain seems to be some secret hidden art. Is it because it's pulling from this? No. Yes. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Maybe that's a little bit too much water. Just need to do a shadow jutsu, fixes everything right up. Hold on, I gotta save that. And then update. Okay, so that makes more water. In order to move the water, I have to select the flux simulation, which then puts it within... What? Oh, I see. It's just so weird. It's like there's so many little things that can change it. Just feels like a pain in the ass to work with. Like, I can't just put a box of water down, right? God forbid. I mean, I kind of get why it exists, but it'd be so hot is because Raptors in Poland, it is really hot. I got a fan running and I'm still sweating. What the fuck did I just do? Okay. Well, this is awkward. It's doing a weird thing. Man, I don't even know what's going on anymore. I've broken this so much. I'm just gonna delete all the changes I made to this today. I don't know how to feel about them. Yeah, I think I need to ruminate on some of the stuff we've done today. I gotta think about the game idea and how we can technologically achieve things. I'll speak candidly, because I always speak candidly. I'm a little hesitant to say that this is a good game idea. But I just also don't... I've never worked on like a narrative-driven game before, right? Like, I've played Firewatch, I play games that are narrative-driven. It's hard for me to judge whether or not something like this is immediately marketable, right? Technical challenges aside, I think the game idea just needs some work. And then, of course, we have the technical challenges on top of that, which, if we can find a way to trick it, which I think that's the only reality we have, is we cannot just make a hollow submarine and put it underneath some water and have it work the way we want it to. Although we need to do more testing of that, so this wasn't a bad first day for just getting the idea, throw in an engine, test it out, write some stuff up. That was very successful, but I'm seeing some big holes in the design that would make me say, yeah, this is perfect. There's too many holes of, well, I don't know how we can make this work from a narrative point of view, but again, that's just my own kind of lack of experience with narrative-driven games. I can tell you what makes a good or bad narrative-driven game for various reasons. That doesn't mean that I can do that myself, right? I'm not a very good writer. But either way, I'll keep thinking about this. The good thing is we have until next Friday to kind of see where we want to go with it, or if there's another idea that we can just say, you know, that's a better way to do it. Let's do that. So, and in the meantime, we'll test these things out. So yeah, I will test out your thing, Lazarla, and then I'm going to get going early for the weekend. I don't know, I've had some really long streams this weekend, so I just kind of want to jump to the weekend a bit early. But yeah, we'll do that. But I'll end the recording there, and then I'll throw this up on YouTube and see what people think. I don't know. If we get through a few weeks of this and we're like, you know what, I'm going to save this until we have a good art director on board who can handle some of this technical stuff, and we have a writer who could handle the narrative better, you know, I'm okay with doing that. If we just want to do some initial prototyping and write some documents up and then take it somewhere else later, no problem. No problem. I don't think anybody's going to do an idea that's similar like this, and if they do, whatever, we have a million other ideas we can do, so we'll see.